Hello, wonderful people. Welcome to the Fiction Wizard, your story destination. We have an absolute treat for you today. What if Voldemort never killed Lily Potter? The family that survived. If you're enjoying these stories, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Your support keeps the stories coming. With that said, let the adventure begin. Chapter 1, The Night Everything Changed. The ancient grandfather clock in the Potter's living room chimed once. Halloween night stretched dark and quiet over Godric's Hollow, broken only by distant laughter of Muggle children trick-or-treating. "He's finally asleep," Lily whispered, slipping into the living room where James sprawled across their sofa, his wand lazily creating colored smoke rings for his own amusement. "Took 3 bedtime stories and half a lullaby." James grinned, his hazel eyes catching the firelight. "Kid stubborn like his mum." "Stubborn like both of us, you prat," Lily laughed, dropping beside him. She tucked her dark red hair behind her ear, leaning her head against his shoulder. "I don't like this, James. Being cooped up while the Order's out there fighting." James's arm tightened around her. "I know. But it's Harry who matters now. If Dumbledore's right about the prophecy," a sudden crash from the garden gate sliced through his words. James leapt to his feet. "That's him. Lily, take Harry and run. I'll hold him off." "Not without you," Lily grabbed his arm, eyes fierce. "We planned for this. Together." "There's no time." The front door exploded inward in a shower of splinters and magical energy. "Potter." The high, cold voice didn't shout. It didn't need to. The tall, skeletal figure in black robes glided into their home, red eyes gleaming with cruel anticipation. "How predictable. Standing to face me while your mudblood wife scurries away with the child. You won't touch my family." James's voice didn't waver as he raised his wand. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into something resembling a smile. Brave words from a dead man. The duel erupted with blinding intensity. James moved with the quick reflexes of a former Quidditch champion, firing hexes while conjuring shields, transforming furniture into barriers, anything to keep Voldemort's attention. But it wasn't enough. A powerful curse shattered James's shield, throwing him against the wall with a sickening crack. "James!" Lily's scream tore through the house. "Ah, the wife returns." Voldemort turned toward the stairs where Lily stood, her wand raised, green eyes blazing with protective fury. "Step away from him. I've come for the boy, not you." Voldemort's voice remained unervingly calm. "Stand aside, and you might live." Lily's laugh was sharp and cold. "You think I'd choose my life over my child's? You understand nothing of love." "Love," Voldemort spat the word like poison. "A weakness I'll cleanse from this world, beginning with your family." The flash of green light streaked toward Lily, but it never reached her. A blur of movement, a shouted spell, and suddenly Severus Snape stood in the doorway, his counterspell colliding with Voldemort's killing curse in a shower of magical sparks. "Severus?" Lily's voice held disbelief. Voldemort's eyes narrowed to slits. "My faithful servant, or perhaps not so faithful." "My lord," Snape's voice was steady though his face had gone paper white. "The woman need not die. The prophecy speaks only of the boy. You dare interfere?" Rage contorted Voldemort's snake-like features. "For a mudblood?" "You promised," Snape said, his black eyes never leaving Voldemort's red ones. The moment's distraction was all James needed. From his crumpled position against the wall, he fired a blasting curse that caught Voldemort off guard, sending him staggering. Lily didn't hesitate. "Protego Maxima." The shield charm expanded between them and Voldemort, buying precious seconds. "Go!" Snape hissed. "I can't hold him." Upstairs, Harry began to cry. Voldemort recovered, rage twisting his face into something barely human. "Enough games. Avada Kedavra." The killing curse struck Snape squarely in the chest. He crumpled without a sound, black robes pooling around him like spilled ink. Severus! Lily's anguished cry tore through the room. James struggled to his feet, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. Lily, get Harry. The portkey. Voldemort advanced toward the stairs. No one defies Lord Voldemort. No one escapes. Lily ran up the stairs two at a time, reaching Harry's nursery just as Voldemort blasted through James's renewed defenses downstairs. She could hear the terrible thud of a body hitting the floor. "James," she screamed, scooping Harry from his crib. The toddler's face was red with crying, his tiny hands reaching for his mother. "The boy will die, Lily Potter." Voldemort stood in the nursery doorway, triumph in those terrible red eyes. "As will you, as has your husband." Lily backed against the crib, wandless, she dropped it when picking up Harry. Her mind raced through desperate options. Stand aside. Never. Then die with your son. Avada Kedavra. The green light rushed toward them. Lily turned, shielding Harry with her body, eyes squeezed shut, her heart breaking for the life her son would never live, but the killing blow never came. Instead, a tremendous explosion rocked the room. Lily was thrown forward, Harry clutched tightly to her chest as they crashed to the floor. When she managed to look up, the nursery wall was gone. Cold night air rushed in. And where Voldemort had stood was nothing but a pile of black robes and ash. "Lily!" The desperate voice came from the doorway. James Potter, bloodied and limping, his face ashen with fear. "James!" Lily scrambled to her feet, Harry wailing in her arms. "You're alive." James staggered forward, pulling them both into a fierce embrace. "I thought, when I heard the explosion, he's gone," Lily whispered, staring at the empty robes. "But how?" James shook his head, equally bewildered. "The killing curse, it must have rebounded somehow." They looked down at Harry, who had stopped crying. A curious lightning-shaped cut marred his forehead, fresh blood trickling down his chubby face. "Oh, Harry," Lily touched the wound gently. The little boy blinked up at her with eyes the same vibrant green as her own. A thunderous rumbling outside drew their attention to the night sky, where a massive flying motorcycle was descending. "Sirius," James said, relief washing through his voice. "And there will be others coming. The Order must know something happened." Lily nodded, still clutching Harry tightly. "Severus, he tried to save us." James's expression darkened. "I saw. He swallowed hard. We owe him our lives." The motorcycle landed with a thud in what remained of their garden. Sirius Black leapt off, his handsome face twisted with panic. "James! Lily!" The wards fell, I thought. He froze, taking in the destroyed house, the bloodied but very much alive Potters, and the pile of robes where a Dark Lord had stood. "What happened?" James managed a weary smile. "Honestly, mate, I have no bloody idea. The wizarding world exploded with the news. You know WHO defeated. The boy who lived. Potter family survives Dark Lord's attack. The Daily Prophet ran special editions for a week straight. Wizards and witches celebrated in the streets, casting caution to the winds and setting off magical fireworks that baffled Muggle authorities across Britain. Owls flew in broad daylight, carrying messages of joy and relief. In a small, heavily warded cottage in Devon, the Potters tried to make sense of their new reality. "They're calling him the boy who lived," Sirius said, tossing the latest prophet onto the kitchen table. "They're saying Harry's the first person ever to survive the killing curse. He's 15 months old," Lily said tightly, her hands shaking as she prepared tea. "He's not some symbol." Remus Lupin, looking more careworn than ever, placed a gentle hand on her arm. "People need hope, Lily. They've lived in fear so long. And what about the Death Eaters still out there?" James paced the small kitchen, unable to keep still. Half of them are claiming they were under the Imperius curse. Malfoy's already wormed his way back into the Ministry's good graces. Dumbledore wants to see you, Sirius said quietly. All three of you. Lily and James exchanged a look. They'd been avoiding this conversation. The prophecy, Lily said finally. He'll want to talk about the prophecy. Upstairs, Harry slept peacefully, unaware that his name was being spoken in every wizarding household across the country. Unaware that his life had changed forever. Albus Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts hadn't changed. The silver instruments still whirred and puffed, the portraits of former headmasters still pretended to sleep, and Fawkes the Phoenix still watched visitors with intelligent eyes. James, Lily, Dumbledore rose from behind his desk, his blue eyes somber behind half-moon spectacles. And young Harry, of course. Harry, now a month past his second birthday, clung to his mother's robes, peeking curiously at the strange old man with the long silver beard. Professor, Lily nodded stiffly. The past year had changed her. The vibrant, open young woman had become more guarded, more fierce in her protectiveness. Please, sit. Dumbledore gestured to the chairs before his desk. There are matters we must discuss. James remained standing, one hand on Lily's shoulder. If this is about relocating again, in part, Dumbledore conceded. The blood wards I've established around your current home are holding, but we must consider Harry's future more broadly. His future is with us, Lily said firmly, pulling Harry closer. Of course, of course. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled momentarily before growing serious again. But the prophecy remains in play, I fear. Voldemort may be gone, but... You don't think he's really dead, James stated flatly. Dumbledore sighed deeply. I believe what attacked you that night was not fully human anymore. Tom Riddle delved deeper into dark magic than perhaps anyone in history. There are precautions he likely took. Horcruxes, Lily whispered. When both men looked at her in surprise, she lifted her chin defiantly. I've been researching. There are references, obscure ones, in texts on the darkest magic. As brilliant as ever, Lily, Dumbledore said softly. Yes, I believe Voldemort created Horcruxes. Objects containing fragments of his soul, anchoring him to life even when his body was destroyed. James ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair. So he'll be back. Eventually, yes. Harry squirmed in Lily's lap, bored with the adult conversation. Down, Mummy, he demanded. Not now, sweetheart, Lily murmured, conjuring colored bubbles with her wand to distract him. What do you suggest we do, Albus? James asked, his voice tight with controlled anger. Keep running. Keep hiding. That's not a life for Harry. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. I've given this considerable thought. You need protection, yes, but also some semblance of normality. I believe Hogwarts offers both. Hogwarts? Lily frowned. Harry's nowhere near school age. Not for Harry, for you, Lily. I find myself in need of a charms professor. Professor Flitwick wishes to reduce his teaching load to focus on his role as Ravenclaw head. You were his most gifted student in a generation. Lily blinked, caught off guard. You want me to teach? You'd have quarters in the castle, the most heavily protected building in Wizarding Britain. James could continue his Auror work, helping to round up the remaining Death Eaters. And Harry would grow up surrounded by magic, with both parents close at hand. James and Lily exchanged a long look, having one of those silent conversations that married couples perfect. What about when Harry's old enough for school? James asked. Won't it be awkward, having his mother as a professor? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Dumbledore smiled. Though I dare say young Harry won't be the first student with a parent on staff. Harry had managed to pop all the conjured bubbles and was now reaching for Fawkes, who had fluttered down to a perch closer to the curious toddler. Birdie! Harry proclaimed happily. That's a phoenix, Harry, Lily corrected gently. Finis, Harry attempted, making Dumbledore chuckle. He has your aptitude for learning, Lily, the headmaster observed. James sighed, relenting. I suppose we could try it. For a year or two, see how it goes. Excellent. Dumbledore clapped his hands together. I'll have the house elves prepare the East Tower suite. It has a lovely view of the lake. As they worked out the details, none of the adults noticed Harry toddling over to one of Dumbledore's silver instruments. The little boy touched it curiously, and for just a moment, the whirring device glowed with an unusual golden light before returning to normal. Fawkes trilled softly, his black eyes fixed thoughtfully on the child with the lightning scar. Harry James Potter, get back here this instant. Lily's voice echoed down the stone corridor, causing several passing Hufflepuff third years to jump in alarm. They weren't used to seeing the normally composed Charms professor looking so frazzled. Around the corner skidded an 8-year-old boy with untidy black hair and bright green eyes, giggling madly as he clutched something furry and struggling to his chest. But Mum, she got into the potions storeroom again. Professor Slughorn said I could keep her if I caught her. The her in question was a half-Kneasel kitten that had been wreaking havoc in the dungeons for weeks. Now she squirmed in Harry's grasp, looking thoroughly unimpressed with her capture. Lily caught up to her son, hands on her hips. That doesn't mean you can sprint through the halls during class time. You're supposed to be with Hagrid for your lessons. Harry's face took on the particular expression of angelic innocence that Lily knew meant trouble. Hagrid got called away to deal with something in the forest. Said it was confidential gamekeeper business. And he left you alone. Not exactly. Harry's grin widened. Uncle Padfoot showed up. Lily closed her eyes briefly. And where is your godfather now? Testing the new secret passage we found. Harry. Her tone held a warning. The boy sighed dramatically. Fine, he's waiting for me in the kitchens. We were gonna have hot chocolate with the house elves. Lily fought to maintain her stern expression. 6 years at Hogwarts had changed her approach to rules somewhat. Living with a marauder and raising their son in a castle full of secret passages would do that. The kitchens can wait. First, take that poor creature to Professor Slughorn, and then, a silvery stag bounded through the corridor wall, skidding to a halt before Lily. James's Patronus spoke with his voice, meeting in Dumbledore's office. Now. Bring Harry. The Patronus dissolved, leaving an uneasy silence. Mum. Harry's teasing grin had vanished, replaced by concern. Is Dad okay? I'm sure everything's fine, Lily said automatically, though her heart had begun to race. James wouldn't summon them like this unless something was wrong. Come on, we'll take the shortcut. Harry knew better than to argue when his mother used that tone. He followed her swiftly through a concealed door behind a tapestry, the kitten still clutched in his arms. The headmaster's office was crowded when they arrived. James stood by the fireplace, still in his aura robes, deep in conversation with Dumbledore. Sirius lounged against a bookshelf, but the usual mischief in his eyes had been replaced by something harder. Professor McGonagall and Mad-Eye Moody completed the grim assembly. Ah, Lily, Harry, Dumbledore greeted them. Thank you for coming so promptly. What's happened? Lily asked, automatically placing a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. James crossed to them, kneeling to meet his son's eyes. Hey, champ. What you got there? A half-Kneasel. Harry held up the kitten. I caught her in the dungeons. Can I keep her? We'll talk about that later. James ruffled Harry's hair. Right now, I need you to go with Professor McGonagall for a bit while the adults have a chat. Harry's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Is this about Voldemort? A tense silence fell over the room. They'd never hidden the truth from Harry. He knew the basics of what had happened at Halloween night, knew why he had the lightning scar on his forehead, but they tried to shield him from the darker realities. Harry, Lily began carefully. I'm not a baby, Harry said, drawing himself up. I know you're all hunting the Death Eaters who got away. And I know some of them still want to hurt us. James and Lily exchanged a look of parental helplessness. Their son was growing up too fast. Yes, it's about the Death Eaters, James admitted. But nothing for you to worry about. Minerva, perhaps you could show young Mr. Potter your new litter of kittens? Dumbledore suggested, his eyes twinkling despite the tension. I believe they're at just the right age for adoption. Harry brightened instantly. Real kittens. Not just transfigured ones. Real Kneazlecross kittens, McGonagall confirmed with a small smile. My sister's cat had quite the adventure with the neighbor's Kneazle. Cool. Harry looked to his parents for permission. Go on, Lily nodded. We'll come find you when we're done. As soon as McGonagall led Harry out, the atmosphere in the office darkened. They found Igor Karkaroff, James said without preamble. Floating in the Thames with the dark mark carved into his chest. Lily inhaled sharply. I thought he was in Azkaban. Released 3 months ago, Moody growled, his magical eye spinning furiously. Turned informant, named names. Fat lot of good it did him. This makes 6 former Death Eaters killed in the past year, Sirius added grimly. All with the same signature. Dumbledore moved to his pensieve, which swirled with silvery memories. I fear this is not random vengeance. Someone is methodically eliminating Voldemort's former inner circle. Good riddance, Sirius muttered. Sirius, Lily warned. What? He challenged. These are the same bastards who tortured and murdered our friends. Who would have killed you and James and Harry if they'd had the chance? The manner of these killings concerns me, Dumbledore said quietly. The carved dark mark suggests someone sending a message, not to us, but to Voldemort himself. James ran a hand through his hair, a habit that had only intensified with the stresses of Auror work. You think someone's clearing the field? Getting rid of the old followers to make way for his return. It's possible. Dumbledore gazed into the swirling pensieve. Or perhaps removing those who might speak against him, who might reveal secrets. Like Horcruxes, Lily said, the word still bitter on her tongue after years of research. Precisely. Moody stumped forward. We've increased surveillance on known Death Eater families, the Malfoys, the Knotts, the Crabs. Nothing suspicious yet, but they're slippery as eels. And the Lestranges? Lily asked. Still in Azkaban, James assured her. All 3 of them. I checked the security myself last month. Lily nodded, relieved. Bellatrix Lestrange had developed an unhealthy obsession with the Potters after Voldemort's defeat, publicly vowing to finish what her master had started. What does this mean for Harry? She asked, the question they all knew was at the heart of the matter. Dumbledore sighed heavily. For now, we maintain our vigilance. Hogwarts remains the safest place for your family. But? James prompted, knowing there was more. But I believe we must accelerate our search for the Horcruxes. If someone is indeed preparing for Voldemort's return, our window of opportunity may be closing. Sirius pushed off from the bookshelf. I'll go. I've been tracking that lead in Albania, no. James cut him off. You're needed here, with Harry. If something happens to Lily and me, don't, Lily's voice cracked. Don't even say it. James took her hand. We have to be practical, Lils. Sirius is Harry's godfather. Nothing will happen to either of you, Sirius said fiercely. We beat him once, we'll beat him again. Moody's magical eye swiveled to each of them in turn. Touching family moment, but we've got work to do. Potter, I need you back at the ministry. We've got to interview Karkaroff's contacts before they scatter. James nodded reluctantly. He kissed Lily's cheek, his lips lingering for a moment. Tell Harry I'll be home for dinner. Promise. You'd better be, Lily managed a smile. It's your turn to help with his transfiguration practice. After James and Moody left through the flue, Lily turned to Dumbledore. "There's something else, isn't there? Something you're not telling us." The old wizard looked suddenly weary. "I've been researching the night Voldemort attacked you. The way the killing curse rebounded, it's unprecedented." "We know that," Sirius frowned. "Harry's the boy who lived." "Yes, but the question is why he lived." Dumbledore's blue eyes met Lily's green ones. "I believe when you were prepared to die for Harry, you invoked an ancient magic, a protection based on love and sacrifice." "But I didn't die," Lily pointed out. "No, and that's what puzzles me. By all accounts, you should have. Voldemort rarely offered mercy, yet Severus Snape's memories show he gave you the chance to step aside." "Snape," Sirius spat the name. "Even dead, he's causing problems." "Sirius," Lily rebuked him. "Severus died trying to save us. After he delivered the prophecy to Voldemort in the first place." Sirius shot back. "Enough," Dumbledore raised a hand. "What's done is done. What matters now is understanding the protection Harry carries. It saved him once, it may need to save him again." A knock at the door interrupted them. McGonagall entered, looking flustered. "Albus, we have a situation with Mr. Potter." Lily was instantly alert. "What? What's happened?" "He's fine," McGonagall assured her quickly. "But, well, perhaps you should see for yourself." They followed her down the spiral staircase and through several corridors to her office. Inside, Harry sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by 5 Kneasel kittens. Nothing seemed amiss until Lily looked closer. The kittens were floating. Not just hovering, but orbiting Harry like tiny furry planets, mewing contentedly as they drifted in a perfect circle around the boy. "Harry," Lily breathed. "Are you doing that?" Harry looked up, beaming. "Look, Mom. They like it." "Wandless magic," Sirius whispered. "At 8 years old." Dumbledore observed the scene with keen interest. "Remarkable control for one so young." Harry's grin faltered. "Am I in trouble?" "No, sweetheart," Lily knelt beside him. "It's just. Most wizards can't do magic like this without a wand, especially not at your age." "Oh." Harry considered this, then shrugged. "Dad said I'm special. Because of what happened when I was a baby." The adults exchanged uncomfortable glances. "Can I keep one?" Harry asked, oblivious to their concern. "The black one with the white paws. I want to name her Midnight." "If Professor McGonagall approves," Lily said absently, her mind racing. McGonagall nodded. "Of course. She seems quite taken with you." As if to prove the point, the black kitten broke from the orbital pattern and floated directly into Harry's lap, purring loudly. Lily watched her son stroke the kitten's fur, her heart swelling with love and fear in equal measure. This display of magical ability would only fuel the legends already surrounding her child. The boy who lived was growing into his power, and the world was watching. King's Cross Station buzzed with the usual September energy, harried parents, excited children, the occasional hoot of an owl or meow of a cat drawing curious looks from Muggle passers-by. "I don't see why I can't go too," Harry complained, kicking at an imaginary stone on platform 9 3/4. "I already live at Hogwarts." "Because those are the rules," James explained patiently. "Everyone starts at 11, even professors' children." "It's only 3 more years," Lily added, straightening the collar of Harry's jacket. At almost 8.5, he was growing too quickly for her liking, already reaching her shoulder. Harry scowled. 3 years is forever. "Trust me, it'll fly by," Sirius grinned, ruffling his godson's perpetually messy hair. "Besides, think of all the exploring you can do before you're saddled with classes and homework." Lily shot him a warning look. "Don't encourage him, Sirius." The last exploring expedition ended with Filch threatening to hang him by his thumbs. Worth it though, Harry grinned. We found that room full of flying keys. The Hogwarts Express whistled, steam billowing across the platform as students made their final goodbyes. That's my cue, Lily sighed. As Charms professor, she needed to be on the train to supervise the journey. Be good for your father, Harry. And remember, no flying without supervision, no sneaking into the restricted section, no bothering the house elves for midnight snacks, Harry recited dutifully. I know, Mum. Lily smiled and pulled him into a tight hug. I'll see you tonight at the feast. Save me some treacle tart. If you behave. James pulled her in for a quick kiss. I've got to get back to the ministry. Scrimgeour wants those reports by noon. Will you be home for dinner? Lily asked quietly. I'll try. The shadows under James's eyes spoke of long hours tracking the remaining Death Eaters. The latest murders had the Auror office working overtime. Lily nodded, understanding but disappointed. I'll save you a plate. After one more round of hugs, Lily boarded the train, finding her usual compartment where she could keep an eye on the corridor. Through the window, she watched James and Harry waving, Sirius beside them with an arm slung around Harry's shoulders. Her boys. Her family. Still whole, still together, despite everything. As the train pulled away, Lily didn't notice the thin man watching from the shadows, his cold eyes fixed on the famous lightning-scarred boy. Nor did she see him slip away, disapparating the moment James Potter turned his head. Some dangers were still lurking, biding their time. Remind me why we're doing this again. Harry whispered, pressed against the rough stone wall of the fifth-floor corridor. Midnight, now a sleek adult cat, wound around his ankles, her yellow eyes gleaming in the darkness. Because it's fun, Neville Longbottom whispered back, though his round face suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. The Longbottom boy had become a regular visitor to Hogwarts since his grandmother and the Potters had renewed their old friendship. And because Ron dared us, Harry added, peering around the corner. Coast is clear. Come on. The two boys slipped down the hallway toward the statue of Gregory the Smarmy, behind which was rumored to be a secret passage that even the Marauders hadn't discovered. My dad says this corridor was blocked off when he was at school, Harry explained, running his hands over the statue's base. Some kind of magical containment after a student let loose a pack of doxies. Gran would kill me if she knew we were looking for doxies, Neville said nervously. Their bite is poisonous. We're not looking for doxies, Harry rolled his eyes. We're looking for the passage. Ron's brothers Fred and George reckon it leads all the way to Hogsmeade. But why do we need another passage to Hogsmeade? You already know 3. Harry grinned. Because this one might be better. And because it's there. A sudden flicker of movement caught Harry's eye. Midnight had stopped her patrolling to stare fixedly at a point halfway up the corridor wall. What is it, girl? Harry approached, running his hand along the seemingly solid stone. Is there something? The wall wasn't solid at all. Harry's hand passed right through what appeared to be an illusion, causing him to stumble forward with a surprised yelp. Harry! Neville lunged to grab him, but too late. Harry fell through the illusionary wall into darkness, landing hard on a stone floor. He heard Neville's panicked voice calling his name, but it sounded distant, muffled. I'm okay, he called back, getting to his feet and dusting off his jeans. There's a room here. Come through the wall, it's not real. After a moment's hesitation, Neville's nervous face appeared, eyes wide as he stepped through the illusion. Lumos, Harry whispered, and wandless light bloomed at his fingertips, a trick he'd mastered over the past year, much to his mother's amazement and concern. The light revealed a small circular chamber with a domed ceiling. Strange symbols covered the walls, and in the center stood a pedestal holding what appeared to be an ancient book. Whoa, Neville breathed. What is this place? Harry approached the pedestal cautiously. I dunno. Never seen anything about it in Hogwarts, a history. Maybe we should get your mum, Neville suggested. Or Professor Dumbledore? Harry hesitated. The responsible thing would be to alert the adults, but curiosity burned within him. Just one peek wouldn't hurt. The book on the pedestal was bound in dark leather, its cover unmarked. When Harry touched it, the leather felt strangely warm, as though recently handled. "I don't think you should open that," Neville warned. "Just a quick look," Harry promised, carefully lifting the cover. Inside was not a book at all, but a hollow cavity containing a small golden object. It resembled a pocket watch, with intricate engravings around its circumference. "What is it?" Neville asked, curiosity overcoming caution as he leaned closer. "Some kind of magical device," Harry murmured, reaching for it. The moment his fingers touched the gold, searing pain shot through his scar. Harry cried out, staggering backward. The device began to glow with an eerie green light, pulsing like a heartbeat. "Harry!" Neville grabbed his arm, pulling him away from the pedestal. "Your head, it's bleeding." Harry pressed his hand to his scar, feeling warm wetness. The pain was excruciating, unlike anything he'd experienced before. A high, cold laugh echoed through the chamber, though there was no one else present. "We need to get out of here," Harry gasped, fighting through the pain. "Now." They stumbled toward the illusionary wall, but it had solidified behind them. Neville pushed against it frantically while Harry tried to think through the fog of pain. The golden device was pulsing faster now, the green light growing brighter. The symbols on the chamber walls began to glow in response, creating a network of eerie light. "Stand back," Harry commanded, summoning his magic despite the throbbing in his head. He placed both palms against the wall and pushed, not physically but with his magic, visualizing the barrier shattering. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like breaking glass, the illusion shattered. Harry and Neville tumbled back into the corridor, landing in a heap as midnight yowled in alarm. What the bloody hell was that? Neville panted, his normally timid demeanor forgotten in the shock. Harry shook his head, instantly regretting it as pain lanced through his scar. "Don't know. But we need to tell someone." "Tell someone what, Mr. Potter?" The stern voice made both boys freeze. Professor McGonagall stood over them, her tartan dressing gown cinched tightly at the waist and a deeply disapproving expression on her face. "Professor," Harry scrambled to his feet. "There's a hidden room, with a weird magical object. It did something to my scar." McGonagall's eyes narrowed, taking in the blood trickling down Harry's forehead. Her expression shifted from disapproval to alarm. "Show me," she commanded. Harry turned to point at the wall, but where the illusion had been was now solid stone. He pressed his hands against it, feeling nothing but cool, unyielding rock. "It was right here," he insisted. "Tell her, Neville." Neville nodded vigorously. "It's true, Professor." We walked right through the wall. There was a circular room with symbols and a pedestal with a golden thing that started glowing green when Harry touched it. McGonagall passed her wand over the wall, murmuring detection spells. Nothing happened. "I believe you encountered something unusual," she said finally. "But whatever it was, it's gone now. Come, Mr. Potter, that scar needs attention. And you, Mr. Longbottom, your grandmother will be most displeased to hear about your midnight adventures." As they followed McGonagall toward the hospital wing, Harry glanced back at the seemingly ordinary corridor wall. For just a second, he thought he saw a flicker of green light, there and gone so quickly he might have imagined it. But the pain in his scar was real. And so was the cold dread settling in his stomach. "I've never seen anything like it," Madame Pomfrey murmured, examining Harry's scar. "The original wound reopening after all these years." Harry sat on the edge of a hospital bed, holding an ice pack to his forehead. The bleeding had stopped, but the pain lingered, a dull throb that made it hard to concentrate. It felt like it was burning from the inside, he tried to explain. "And I heard laughing." His mother paced beside the bed, her face pale with worry. As soon as McGonagall had sent her Patronus, Lily had come running, still in her teaching robes despite the late hour. "And you're certain about what you saw?" Dumbledore asked, standing nearby with James and Sirius, who'd been summoned from London. "A golden device resembling a watch." "Yes, sir," Harry nodded. "With weird engravings. When I touched it, it started glowing green." James ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Harry had inherited. "And the room just vanished." "We couldn't find any trace of it," McGonagall confirmed. "I've had the house elves searching the entire floor." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "I fear this is no ordinary magical anomaly. The connection to Harry's scar suggests something linked to Voldemort." The adults exchanged dark looks. Even after nearly 8 years, the name still caused a ripple of unease. "It could be a trap," Sirius suggested. "Someone trying to get to Harry." "Or a Horcrux," Lily said quietly. Harry frowned. "What's a Horcrux?" Another loaded glance passed between the adults. "A very dark magical object," Dumbledore answered carefully. "One we've been searching for." "Is that what made my scar hurt?" "A Horcrux." Lily sat beside him, taking his hand. "We don't know for certain, sweetheart. But it's possible." "We should tell him," James said suddenly. "He's old enough to understand." "James," Lily began to protest. "No, Lils, he needs to know what we're up against." "What he's up against?" Harry looked between his parents, frustration bubbling up. "I'm right here, you know. Stop talking about me like I'm not." James gave a short laugh. "You sound just like your mother." He sat on Harry's other side. "You're right, son. You deserve the truth." And so, in the quiet hospital wing, they told him everything, about the prophecy that had marked him before birth, about Voldemort's likely creation of Horcruxes, about their belief that the Dark Lord would one day return. Harry listened without interruption, his young face growing more serious with each revelation. "So that's why he came after us," he said finally. "Because of this prophecy saying I could defeat him." "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "Though prophecies are tricky things. It was Voldemort's belief in it that set events in motion. And these Horcrux things, they're keeping him alive somehow. Even though his body was destroyed." Lily nodded. "We think so. We've been trying to find them, to destroy them before he can come back." Harry absorbed this, his mind working through the implications. "So the thing I found tonight, may well have been one," Dumbledore finished. "Though how it came to be in Hogwarts, and why it revealed itself to you, remains a mystery." "It was Midnight who found it," Harry remembered suddenly. "She was staring at the wall before I realized it wasn't solid." Sirius snorted. "Leave it to a cat to find the one thing in the castle we've been searching for." "Animals often perceive magic differently than humans," McGonagall noted. "Particularly nasal crosses." Harry fidgeted with the edge of his blanket. "So what happens now?" "Now," James said firmly, "you focus on getting rest. Let the adults handle this." Harry bristled. "But I found it. And the prophecy says." "The prophecy doesn't say you have to face this alone," Lily interrupted. "We're your parents, Harry. Our job is to protect you." "But, no buts," James cut him off. "You're 8 years old. Plenty of time for heroics when you're older." Harry wanted to argue, but the pounding in his head made it hard to form coherent thoughts. Instead, he slumped back against the pillows, suddenly exhausted. "Fine," he muttered. "But I want to help. When I'm better." The adults exchanged looks again, concern, pride, fear all mingled together. "We'll discuss it," Lily conceded. "For now, sleep." As his eyes grew heavy, Harry heard them continue talking in hushed voices, about protective measures, about research, about contacting someone named Flammel. The last thing he remembered was his father's warm hand on his forehead, gently brushing back his hair from the infamous scar that had just reminded them all that their borrowed time might be running out. The remainder of Harry's 8th year passed in a blur of increased security and whispered conversations that stopped whenever he entered a room. Despite his protests, he was rarely left alone, if not his parents, then Sirius or Remus or one of the Hogwarts professors was always nearby. "It's for your own good," his mother told him repeatedly. "Until we understand what happened with that object." "I'm not a baby," Harry complained for what felt like the 100th time as Sirius escorted him back from visiting Hagrid. "I've lived at Hogwarts most of my life. Nothing bad has ever happened to me here. Except for finding a potential Horcrux that made your cursed scar bleed," Sirius pointed out dryly. "That wasn't Hogwarts' fault," Harry argued. "And anyway, how am I supposed to learn to protect myself if I'm always being watched?" Sirius stopped walking, giving Harry a considering look. "You know, you might have a point there." Harry perked up. "I do. Your dad and I were just a bit older than you when we started learning some serious defensive magic." Sirius glanced around conspiratorially. "Tell you what, let me talk to your parents about setting up some proper training for you." "Really?" Harry beamed. "You mean it?" "Can't have the boy who lived unable to defend himself," Sirius winked. "Just don't tell your mum I put the idea in your head." But convincing Lily and James proved easier than expected. Whether it was the incident with the mysterious object or the increasing reports of Death Eater activity, they agreed that Harry needed more than the basic magical education he'd been receiving. And so began what Harry would later call his pre-Hogwarts training montage, a carefully structured program that included defensive spells from his parents, strategic thinking from Remus, dueling from Flitwick, and even occasional wandless magic practice with Dumbledore himself. The key to magic without a wand, the headmaster explained during one session, is not force of will but clarity of intention. Harry concentrated on the feather before him, focusing his magic through his fingertips as he'd learned to do through trial and error. "Wingardium Leviosa," he whispered. The feather rose steadily, hovering at eye level. "Excellent," Dumbledore nodded approvingly. "Now, try without speaking the incantation." Harry frowned. "Silent wandless magic. Isn't that really advanced?" "Indeed," Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "But you, Harry, have shown extraordinary aptitude. And I suspect you've already done it unconsciously when your emotions were heightened." Thinking back to incidents of accidental magic, floating kittens, a shattered illusion wall, Harry couldn't disagree. He focused again on the feather, picturing it rising in his mind while remaining silent. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sudden upward jerk, the feather shot toward the ceiling. "Oops," Harry grinned sheepishly. "Bit too much power." "Control will come with practice," Dumbledore assured him. "The important thing is that you can channel your magic without external tools. It may prove invaluable someday." Harry lowered the feather back to the desk, a mixture of pride and unease churning in his stomach. These weren't the lessons of a normal childhood, they were preparation for something darker, something his parents and their allies increasingly believed was inevitable. The return of Lord Voldemort. On Harry's 9th birthday, James surprised the family by announcing they would spend August at Potter Cottage in Godric's Hollow. "Are you sure that's safe?" Lily asked when they were alone. "After everything that happened there?" "Dumbledore's reinforced the wards," James assured her. "And I think it's important for Harry to connect with our history, not just the night Voldemort attacked, but our family heritage in the village." Harry was thrilled at the prospect of a month away from Hogwarts, in a real house with a garden and neighboring children. Much as he loved the castle, it became quiet and somewhat lonely during summer breaks. The cottage had been rebuilt after that Halloween night, preserving its exterior charm while modernizing the interior. Harry's bedroom overlooked an apple orchard that bordered the property, a far cry from his tower room at Hogwarts. "This is brilliant," he declared, bouncing on his new bed. "Can Ron and Neville visit?" "We've already arranged it," Lily smiled. "The Weasleys are coming next week, and Neville the week after." For the first time in months, Harry felt like a normal boy rather than the boy who lived, the child of prophecy, the target of a vanquished Dark Lord. Here in Godric's Hollow, he could just be Harry. He explored the village eagerly, making friends with Muggle children who knew nothing of his fame, flying his broom over the surrounding countryside, with proper disillusionment charms, of course, and spending evenings playing Exploding Snap with his parents by the fireplace. It was during one such peaceful evening that the knock came. James tensed immediately, hand going to his wand. They weren't expecting visitors, and the ward should have prevented anyone unknown from approaching the door. "Stay with Harry," he murmured to Lily, moving cautiously to the entryway. Harry held his breath, his own hand slipping into his pocket where he now carried a practice wand, not as powerful as a real one would be, but better than nothing in an emergency. They heard the door open, followed by a shocked silence. Then James's voice, unusually strained, "What the hell are you doing here?" A smooth, drawling voice replied, "Believe me, Potter, this isn't a social call." Lily gasped, recognizing the speaker before Harry did. Lucius Malfoy. She pushed Harry behind her as James returned to the living room, wand still drawn but not pointed directly at their unexpected visitor. Lucius Malfoy followed, looking distinctly uncomfortable in the modest Potter home. His long blonde hair was tied back, his expensive robes immaculate despite the summer heat. "Mrs. Potter," he nodded stiffly to Lily. His cold grey eyes flicked to Harry, narrowing slightly at the sight of the famous scar. "And the boy?" "State your business and get out," James said bluntly. Malfoy's lips thinned in annoyance. "Charming as always, Potter. I've come with information I believe Dumbledore would find valuable." "Since when are you Dumbledore's informant?" Lily asked skeptically. "Since my wife and son were threatened," Malfoy replied, a flash of genuine emotion breaking through his aristocratic mask. "Certain former associates have become erratic. Dangerous. Even to those who once stood with them." James and Lily exchanged a glance. The recent murders of former Death Eaters had put everyone on edge. "What information?" James demanded. Malfoy's eyes darted to Harry again. "Perhaps the boy should leave." "The boy stays," Harry said firmly, stepping out from behind his mother. "This is my house too." Something like reluctant respect flickered across Malfoy's face. "Very well. I've come about an object, an item the Dark Lord entrusted to me years ago." "A diary." Lily inhaled sharply. "A Horcrux?" Malfoy looked genuinely startled. "You know about," he stopped himself. "I didn't know what it was, not specifically. Only that it was precious to him, and dangerous." "And you've kept it all this time?" James's voice dripped with disgust. "Even after swearing you were under the Imperius curse?" "I was protecting my family," Malfoy snapped. "The Dark Lord has ways of knowing if his possessions are tampered with." "But now you're afraid," Lily finished. Malfoy didn't deny it. "Someone is hunting down his inner circle. Someone with intimate knowledge of his operations. The Carrows disappeared last week. Avery was found dead in his country home yesterday. Why come to us?" James asked. "Why not go directly to Dumbledore?" "Because I need assurances." Malfoy's composure was slipping. "Protection for Narcissa and Draco. If I hand over the diary, if I tell what I know, you want immunity," James realized. "After everything you did during the war." "I want my son to live," Malfoy said simply. "Whatever you think of me, Potter, I'm a father too." Harry watched the exchange with fascination. He'd heard of Lucius Malfoy, of course, a Death Eater who'd claimed bewitchment to escape Azkaban, now a powerful figure at the Ministry. But he'd never seen his father interact with one of Voldemort's actual followers. "If you're sincere," Lily said carefully, "we can arrange a meeting with Dumbledore. But the diary comes first." Malfoy hesitated, then reached into his robes. James tensed, but the object Malfoy withdrew was just a small, shabby black book. This doesn't leave my possession until I have guarantees, Malfoy said. But you can examine it. Lily approached cautiously, drawing her wand. She cast several detection spells over the diary, her expression growing more troubled with each result. It's saturated with dark magic, she confirmed. And there's something alive about it. Can you destroy it? Harry asked suddenly. All three adults looked at him in surprise. What? Harry shrugged. If it's a Horcrux, shouldn't we destroy it? That's one less piece of Voldemort. Malfoy flinched at the name, but James nodded slowly. He's right. If we can confirm it's what we think it is. Basilisk venom or fiend fire, Lily murmured. Those are the only methods Dumbledore believed would work. I know someone who might help, James said after a moment's thought. But we'd need to take the diary to them. And my assurances? Malfoy pressed. James's expression hardened. If this is genuine, if you cooperate fully, I'll advocate for protection for your wife and son. That's all I can promise. For a long moment, Malfoy seemed to wage an internal battle. Finally, he extended the diary toward James. Very well. As James reached for the book, Harry felt a sudden, searing pain in his scar, the same burning sensation he'd experienced with the mysterious golden object at Hogwarts. Dad, wait, he cried out. Something's wrong. Too late. The moment James's fingers touched the diary, it began to glow with an eerie green light. Malfoy's eyes widened in genuine shock. It's not supposed to, he began, but was cut off as the diary flew from his hand, hovering in midair between them. Pages began to flip rapidly, a wind from nowhere stirring through the room. From the diary emerged what looked like black smoke, coalescing into a shadowy figure. Potter, a high, cold voice hissed, not from Malfoy, but from the diary itself. How predictable. Lily grabbed Harry, pulling him behind the sofa as James aimed his wand at the floating book. Incendio Maxima. The powerful fire spell struck the diary but seemed to be absorbed into its pages. The smoky figure laughed, a sound that made Harry's blood run cold. You cannot destroy what you do not understand, the voice taunted. And you, Lucius, how disappointing. Malfoy had gone deathly pale. My lord, I never, silence. The smoke surged toward him, and Malfoy collapsed, clutching his left forearm where the dark mark was branded. It's trying to possess him, Lily realized, her wand trained on the writhing figure. James, we need to contain it. James began casting complex containment spells, magical barriers forming around the diary and its emanation. But the smoke seemed to slip through each one, growing more substantial by the second. Harry watched in horror, the pain in his scar nearly blinding. Through watering eyes, he saw his parents fighting desperately against magic they didn't fully understand. And suddenly, he knew what to do. It's responding to me, he gasped. Like the thing at Hogwarts. It knows I'm here. Harry, stay back. Lily ordered. But Harry had already moved, stepping out from behind the sofa. The smoky figure paused in its assault on Malfoy, turning what might have been a face toward the boy. Harry Potter, it whispered. The child who defied me. You're not Voldemort, Harry said, fighting through the pain. Just a piece of him. A memory. The figure seemed to solidify slightly, taking on the appearance of a handsome young man with dark hair, Tom Riddle, though Harry didn't know that name yet. Clever boy, it smiled coldly. More than a memory. A soul fragment, preserved in ink and parchment. And now awakened. Harry felt a terrible pressure in his mind, as though something was trying to force its way in. The room around him began to fade, replaced by flashes of unfamiliar scenes, a grand chamber with serpent statues, a teenage girl lying motionless on wet stone, a massive snake responding to commands in a strange hissing language. Get out of my head! Harry shouted, pushing back with all the mental strength he could muster. The connection snapped. Harry staggered but remained standing, blood trickling from his scar once more. The diary was vibrating violently now, the pages emitting a high-pitched whine. The smoky figure of young Voldemort looked suddenly uncertain. "What are you doing?" it demanded. "Stop." But Harry wasn't doing anything consciously. Something was happening between his scar and the diary, some magical resonance that was causing both to destabilize. James seized the moment of confusion. "Lily, the containment spell we practiced, the one Dumbledore taught us." Together, they cast a complex series of charms, working in perfect tandem as only longtime partners could. A shimmering dome formed around the diary and its manifestation, cutting off the connection to Harry. The pain in his scar decreased immediately. Harry sagged in relief, watching as his parents reinforced the magical prison. Inside the dome, the smoke Voldemort raged, throwing itself against the barriers. But the containment held. "We need to get this to Dumbledore," James said urgently. "And Malfoy needs medical attention." The blonde wizard lay unconscious on their living room floor, his breathing shallow. "I'll fly Hogwarts," Lily said, already moving toward the fireplace. "Sirius too, will need backup." Harry knelt beside Malfoy, surprised by his own concern for the man who'd been his father's enemy. "Will he be okay?" "I don't know," James answered honestly. "The connection between Death Eaters and Voldemort through the Dark Mark, it's not well understood." The diary continued to pulse within its magical prison, but the manifestation was fading, retreating back into the pages as though conserving strength. Within minutes, the cottage was filled with people, Dumbledore arriving first through the flue, followed by Sirius and Mad-Eye Moody. Madame Pomfrey came to attend to Malfoy, who was transferred to a makeshift cot in the kitchen. "Fascinating," Dumbledore murmured, examining the contained diary. "And concerning. This confirms our Horcrux theory, but the diary's attempt to possess both Lucius and Harry suggests a level of autonomy we hadn't anticipated." "It tried to get into my head," Harry explained. "Show me things." "A chamber with snake statues, and a big snake, and a girl." He trailed off, suddenly exhausted. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "The Chamber of Secrets? Interesting. Tom Riddle's memories from his time at Hogwarts, perhaps." "Who's Tom Riddle?" Harry asked. "The boy who became Lord Voldemort," Dumbledore replied simply. "We'll discuss this further when you've rested, Harry. For now, let your mother take you upstairs." Harry wanted to protest, but the events of the evening had drained him completely. He allowed Lily to lead him to his bedroom, collapsing onto his bed without even changing his clothes. "Try to sleep, sweetheart," Lily said, stroking his hair back from his forehead. The scar had stopped bleeding but remained an angry red. "We'll handle everything." "The diary," Harry mumbled, already half asleep. It felt like, the same magic as the golden thing. Lily paused. "You're sure?" Hum. "Same, signature." He wasn't sure where he'd learned that term, but it felt right. Like they were made by the same person. Lily pressed a kiss to his forehead, just beside the scar. "Sleep now. We'll talk in the morning." As Harry drifted off, he heard her whisper from the doorway, "James, he's connected to them somehow. The Horcruxes. He can sense them." And then darkness claimed him, mercifully dreamless for once. Chapter 2, Hogwarts and Homecoming. Get a move on, Harry. The train leaves in 20 minutes. Harry Potter glanced up from his trunk, which he'd been reorganizing for the third time that morning. "Dad, you realize I literally live at Hogwarts already, right? If we miss the train, we can just fly home." James Potter leaned against the doorframe of Harry's bedroom at their London flat, arms crossed and an amused expression on his face. "That's not the point, and you know it. The Hogwarts Express is tradition. Your father rode that train 14 times, Lily called from down the hall. And he still talks about meeting Sirius on their first journey like it was yesterday." "Best day of my life," James agreed with a grin. Well, second best after marrying your mother. Smart save, Harry laughed, finally closing his trunk with a satisfying click. 11 years old and finally, a proper Hogwarts student. After living most of his life in the castle as a professor's kid, getting to experience it as a student felt surreal. Got everything? James asked, flicking his wand to levitate the trunk. Wand? Robes? That infernal cat? As if summoned by the mention, Midnight leapt onto Harry's bed, yellow eyes blinking lazily. She'd grown from the mischievous kitten McGonagall had given him into a sleek, intelligent companion who seemed to understand far more than a regular cat should, even a half-Kneazle. She'll probably meet us there, Harry said, scooping her up. She always does. The Potters' London flat served as their summer home and occasional weekend retreat during the school year. With Harry's Hogwarts letter finally arriving, delivered personally by McGonagall with a rare smile, they'd spent the last month here, giving Harry a taste of normal pre-Hogwarts anticipation. Normal-ish, anyway. Hard to be completely normal when you're the boy who lived, son of a famous Auror and a Hogwarts professor, who literally saved the wizarding world as a baby. Sirius and Remus are meeting us at the platform, Lily announced, appearing in the doorway. Her teaching robes were impeccably pressed, her dark red hair pulled back in a practical braid. To Harry, she'd always seemed to have two modes, Professor Potter, respected charm's authority, and just Mum, who made his favorite treacle tart and taught him to skip stones across the Black Lake. Today, she was somewhere in between, excitement for her son's big day warring with the professional demeanor she'd need when addressing all the first years later. Uncle Padfoot said he has a surprise for me, Harry mentioned as they headed downstairs. James and Lily exchanged a look that Harry immediately recognized as parental concern. Last time Sirius surprised you, you ended up dangling upside down from the astronomy tower, Lily reminded him. That was fun though, Harry protested. And I learned that levitation charm really well after that. Nothing motivates learning like imminent death, James muttered, though the proud glint in his eye belied his disapproving tone. The trip to King's Cross passed in a blur of last-minute reminders and good-natured bickering. For Harry, it felt both strange and exciting to be heading to Hogwarts this way, by car, then train, rather than just walking down from their tower quarters to the Great Hall. There they are, James pointed as they approached platform 9 3/4. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin stood waiting, an odd pair, Sirius handsome and casually elegant in muggle jeans and a leather jacket, Remus shabby but dignified in his well-worn tweed. There's my favorite godson. Sirius boomed, sweeping Harry into a bear hug that lifted him off his feet. Ready for the big day? He's your only godson, Padfoot, Remus pointed out with a smile, giving Harry a gentler embrace once Sirius released him. Looking forward to classes, Harry? Some of them, Harry admitted. Might be weird having Mum as a teacher though. No special treatment, Lily said firmly, though she softened it with a wink. In class, I'm Professor Potter. And that means no calling her, Mum, when she takes points from Gryffindor, Sirius added. Harry raised an eyebrow. Who says I'll be in Gryffindor? A momentary silence fell over the adults. It was a question that had hovered unasked for years. With both parents as Gryffindors, everyone simply assumed Harry would follow suit. But Harry had spent enough time with the Sorting Hat, one benefit of growing up in Dumbledore's office, to know it wasn't that simple. Wherever you end up, we'll be proud, James said finally, ruffling Harry's already messy hair. Even Slytherin. Though Minnie might have a heart attack, Sirius muttered. The warning whistle blew, breaking the moment. Families all around them rushed toward the gleaming scarlet train. You'd better board, Lily said, straightening Harry's jacket one last time. Find a good compartment. We'll see you at the feast, James added. Your mum and I will both be there. Hugs were exchanged all around, with Sirius pulling Harry aside for a brief moment. Your surprise, he whispered, pressing something smooth and fluid into Harry's hands. Your dad's old invisibility cloak. Was supposed to be a Christmas gift, but I reckon you might need it sooner. Harry's eyes widened as he felt the silky material. He'd heard about the cloak, of course, featured in many of the Marauder's more infamous exploits. Wicked. Does Dad know? It was his idea, Sirius winked. Just don't tell your mother I gave it to you early. With the cloak tucked safely into his jacket pocket, Harry boarded the train, waving to his family as he navigated the crowded corridor. Finding an empty compartment seemed impossible, until he spotted a familiar freckled face. Harry! Over here! Ron Weasley called, sticking his head out from a compartment midway down the train. Harry grinned, dragging his trunk toward his friend. The Weasleys had become like extended family over the years, with Ron as his closest mate despite their limited time together. Thought you might not show, Ron said as Harry stored his trunk. Figured you'd just stroll down from your fancy quarters in the castle. Dad insisted on the full Hogwarts experience, Harry explained, dropping into the seat opposite Ron. Plus, train ride means more time away from teachers. Except your mum's a teacher, Ron pointed out. Details, Harry waved dismissively. How was Egypt? Ron launched into tales of his family's summer trip, cursed tombs, Bill's work as a curse breaker, and Fred and George's attempt to lock Percy in a pyramid. Harry listened enviously. His own summer had been pleasant but uneventful, especially compared to the previous year's diary incident. The compartment door slid open just as the train lurched into motion. A girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth stood in the doorway, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Her voice was bossy, her posture confident despite being clearly nervous. Neville Longbottom? Harry asked, perking up. Is he here? The girl blinked, then her eyes widened as they fixed on his forehead where his lightning scar was partially visible through his messy fringe. You're Harry Potter. Last time I checked, Harry agreed, used to this reaction. And Neville's a friend. If he's looking for Trevor again, that toad's probably heading for the prefect's carriage. He likes shiny badges for some reason. The girl seemed momentarily speechless, a condition Harry suspected was unusual for her. How do you know that? Neville visits me at Hogwarts sometimes. We grew up together, sort of. He stood, offering his hand. And you are? Hermione Granger, she said, recovering her composure as she shook his hand firmly. I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry made a face. Those books get most of it wrong, you know. Makes for better stories, I guess. Hermione looked scandalized at the suggestion that books might contain inaccuracies. But they're published texts. Written by people who weren't there, Harry shrugged. Want to help us find Neville and Trevor? I should say hello anyway. Ron groaned but stood up. Not again. That toad is more trouble than he's worth. The three of them set off down the corridor, with Hermione peppering Harry with questions about what Hogwarts was really like. He found her intensity amusing rather than annoying, answering patiently while scanning compartments for Neville. They found him in the last car, looking tearfully out the window. Trevor's gone again, he confirmed miserably when he saw Harry. Gran's going to kill me. Prefect's carriage, Harry suggested. Come on, we'll check together. The journey to Hogwarts passed pleasantly after they recovered Trevor, indeed found trying to nest in a female prefect's bag. Neville joined their compartment, along with Hermione who seemed reluctant to leave now that she'd found other first years who didn't mind her company. When the food trolley came around, Harry bought a stack of everything, remembering his father's stories about sharing sweets with Sirius on their first journey. Ron's ears turned pink when Harry casually offered him chocolate frogs and cauldron cakes, but hunger won out over pride. So what house do you think you'll be in? Hermione asked, daintily nibbling a pumpkin pasty. I've been asking around, and Gryffindor sounds by far the best. I hear Dumbledore himself was one, but Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad, I suppose. My whole family's been in Gryffindor, Ron said around a mouthful of chocolate. Reckon I will be too. Gran wants me in Gryffindor like my parents, Neville said quietly. But I'm probably headed for Hufflepuff. Nothing wrong with Hufflepuff, Harry said firmly. Professor Sprout's brilliant. And they're right by the kitchens. What about you, Harry? Hermione turned her intense focus on him. Surely you'll be in Gryffindor with your parents? Harry hesitated. Maybe. I dunno. The hat takes your choice into account, but it also sees things in you that you might not see yourself. You've talked to the Sorting Hat? Hermione looked impressed. Perks of growing up in the castle, Harry grinned. It sings to itself sometimes when no one's around. Dead boring songs, nothing like the ones at the ceremony. The train journey continued with sweets and stories, the countryside growing wilder as they traveled north. When they finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt an odd mixture of homecoming and nervous anticipation. This was Hogwarts as he'd never experienced it, not as a professor's son with the run of the castle, but as a student, following the traditional path. Furs years. Furs years over here. Hagrid's booming voice carried over the platform. Hagrid. Harry called, waving enthusiastically to the half-giant who had been a fixture in his childhood. All right there, Harry. Hagrid beamed down at him. Excited fair the Sortin. Can't wait, Harry confirmed, then turned to his new friends. Come on, we take the boats across the lake. It's brilliant, especially the first view of the castle. Neville looked a bit green at the mention of boats, but followed along with Ron and Hermione as Harry led them to the shore. Despite having seen Hogwarts thousands of times, Harry found himself holding his breath along with the other first years as they rounded the bend and the castle came into view, windows gleaming like stars in the night sky. It's beautiful, Hermione whispered, for once at a loss for words. Even Ron and Neville, who'd seen Hogwarts before on visits, looked awed by this perspective, the majestic castle reflected in the still black waters of the lake, turrets reaching toward the star-strewn sky. For Harry, it was like seeing his home anew. Not just a familiar place of hidden passages and friendly ghosts, but a place of magic and mystery, a place where his own Hogwarts story was about to begin. Professor McGonagall led them into a small chamber off the entrance hall, her stern gaze lingering a moment longer on Harry with what might have been the ghost of a smile. Welcome to Hogwarts, she began her traditional speech about houses and points, while Harry's mind wandered to the great hall beyond. He knew his parents would be there, his mother at the staff table, his father as an honored guest for the opening feast. Would they be disappointed if he wasn't sorted into Gryffindor? Harry Potter, a drawling voice interrupted his thoughts. A pale, pointed-faced boy with sleek blonde hair had approached their group, flanked by two larger boys. I thought it might be you. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron gave a slight cough which might have hidden a snigger. Draco Malfoy's eyes narrowed. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley. Harry stepped forward, positioning himself slightly between Ron and Malfoy. You're Lucius's son, he said neutrally. The name Malfoy carried complicated associations after the diary incident. Draco seemed pleased to be recognized. That's right. My father says your family and ours have history. That's one way to put it, Harry agreed, thinking of Lucius Malfoy lying unconscious on their living room floor after the diary attacked him. The elder Malfoy had indeed provided valuable information after his recovery, leading to the destruction of the Horcrux, but relations between the families remained strained. Well, some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. Malfoy cast a disdainful glance at Ron. I can help you there. He extended his hand, and Harry found himself at a crossroads. The easy path would be to snub Malfoy, to side immediately with Ron. But something, perhaps his mother's constant reminders about house unity, or his father's recent musings about how childhood rivalries had fueled the last war, made him pause. I think I can figure out the wrong sort for myself, Harry said, but he took Malfoy's hand for a brief, firm shake. But thanks for the offer. Malfoy looked surprised, clearly having expected either enthusiastic acceptance or outright rejection. Before he could respond, McGonagall returned to lead them into the Great Hall. Smooth, Ron muttered as they walked. Didn't know you were friendly with Malfoys. I'm not, Harry whispered back. But his dad did help us with something important last year. It's complicated. Ron looked like he wanted to press for details, but they had entered the Great Hall, and the magnificent enchanted ceiling captured everyone's attention, even Harry's, though he'd seen it countless times before. At the staff table, Lily Potter sat between Professors Flitwick and Sprout, her green eyes finding Harry immediately. She gave him a small, encouraging smile. Beside her, in a guest seat, sat James, looking uncharacteristically nervous as he fidgeted with his water goblet. Harry scanned the rest of the table, noting familiar faces, Dumbledore in the center, eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, Hagrid, taking up several chairs at one end, Professor Snape, whose complex relationship with the Potters had evolved into something approaching grudging respect over the years. And there, in a purple turban, was someone new, presumably the latest defense against the dark arts professor. The Sorting Hat sang its song, more elaborate than its private mumblings, Harry noted with amusement, and then McGonagall began calling students forward. Abbott, Hannah. The sorting proceeded alphabetically. Hermione went to Gryffindor after nearly a minute under the hat, surprising Harry who had pegged her for Ravenclaw. Neville also went to Gryffindor after a surprisingly long deliberation, looking shocked but pleased as he stumbled toward the cheering table. Malfoy was immediately sorted into Slytherin, to no one's surprise. And then, finally, Potter, Harry. A hush fell over the Great Hall, followed by excited whispers as Harry walked forward. He caught glimpses of craning necks and pointing fingers as he sat on the stool, but then the hat fell over his eyes, and the world narrowed to darkness and a familiar voice in his ear. Ah, young Mr. Potter, officially this time. I've been waiting for you. Hello again, Harry thought, having had several conversations with the hat over the years. Let's see, plenty of courage, yes, and a good mind too. Talent, oh my, talent in spades, and a thirst to prove yourself, but where to put you? Harry hesitated. You're the expert. The hat chuckled. Indeed, but I stand by what I've told you before, you would do well in any house. The question is where you will best become the wizard you are meant to be. Images flashed through Harry's mind, running through Hogwarts corridors with his father's invisibility cloak, practicing wandless magic with Dumbledore, facing down the diary Horcrux with his parents, the golden object that had called to him years ago. There's something coming, Harry thought. Something I'll have to face eventually. Yes, the hat agreed. Your path is not an easy one. You'll need bravery, certainly, but also cunning, intelligence, and loyalty from others. The question is which quality will serve as your foundation. Harry thought of his parents watching from the staff table, of Sirius and Remus who had helped raise him, of Dumbledore who had guided his magical education. But he also thought of the strange connection he felt to Voldemort's Horcruxes, and the destiny that seemed to be unfolding around him whether he wanted it or not. I want to be my own person, he realized. Not just James and Lily Potter's son, or the boy who lived. Ah, the hat seemed pleased. There it is. In that case, better be. Ravenclaw. The last word was shouted to the hall. A moment of stunned silence followed, then the Ravenclaw table erupted in cheers while the rest of the hall broke into surprised murmurs. Harry removed the hat and walked toward his new house, catching his parents' expressions as he went, surprise on his father's face, quickly replaced by a proud smile, thoughtful consideration on his mother's, followed by an encouraging nod. The Ravenclaw table welcomed him enthusiastically, with Prefect Robert Hilliard pumping his hand and Penelope Clearwater making space beside her. We've never had a Potter before, someone called out excitedly. Harry settled in, turning to watch the rest of the sorting. Ron, looking nervous after Harry's unexpected placement, went to Gryffindor as expected, joining his brothers and a disappointed-looking Hermione who kept glancing over at the Ravenclaw table. As the feast appeared and conversation flowed around him, Harry felt a curious mixture of emotions. Part of him had expected Gryffindor, had maybe even wanted it, to follow in his parents' footsteps. But another part felt relieved, even excited about forging his own path in Ravenclaw. "So, Potter," Terry Boot asked from across the table, "what's it like having a professor for a mum? Bet you know loads of spells already." "Some," Harry admitted. "But there's still tons to learn. That's why we're here, right?" "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure," recited a dreamy-looking blonde girl who Harry would later learn was a year below them, visiting from the far end of the table out of curiosity. "Exactly," Harry grinned, helping himself to roast potatoes. "I'm looking forward to it." As the feast progressed, Harry caught his father's eye from across the hall. James gave him a thumbs up and mouthed what looked like, "Proud of you." The knot of anxiety in Harry's stomach loosened. Different house or not, he was still their son. After dessert, Dumbledore rose for announcements, the standard warnings about the Forbidden Forest and banned magical items, plus a curious statement about the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side being out of bounds, to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. "He's not serious?" Harry asked Robert Hilliard. The prefect frowned. "Must be. Odd though, usually he gives reasons for rules like that." Harry filed the information away, curiosity already piqued. Growing up in the castle, he thought he knew all its secrets, apparently not. As they rose to follow their prefects to Ravenclaw Tower, Harry felt a sudden sharp pain in his scar when his eyes met those of the turbaned professor. He winced, hand flying to his forehead. "You all right?" asked Terry Boot. "Yeah, fine," Harry said automatically, though the pain lingered. "Who's the new professor in the turban?" "Professor Quirrell," answered an older student nearby. "Teaches defense against the dark arts. Used to teach Muggle studies, but took a year off traveling. Came back with that turban and a stutter. Bit of a joke, really." Harry nodded absently, eyes still on Quirrell who was now deep in conversation with Professor Snape. Something about the man made him uneasy, though he couldn't put his finger on why. Ravenclaw Tower was located in the west wing of the castle, a familiar territory for Harry though he'd never been inside the common room itself. The entrance was guarded not by a password but by a bronze eagle knocker that posed riddles. "What breaks but never falls, and what falls but never breaks?" the knocker asked when they approached. The first years looked at each other uncertainly, but Robert Hilliard smiled. "Anyone want to try?" "No. The answer is, day breaks and night falls." The door swung open, revealing a spacious, airy circular room with graceful arched windows hung with blue and bronze silks. The domed ceiling was painted with stars, mirroring the night sky outside, and the midnight blue carpet felt plush underfoot. Bookcases lined the walls, interspersed with comfortable chairs and tables. "This is brilliant," Harry breathed. He'd explored most of Hogwarts over the years but had respected the privacy of house common rooms. "Boys' dormitories upstairs to the right, girls to the left," Hilliard directed. "Your belongings have already been brought up." As the first years dispersed, a small silver tabby cat slipped into the common room, transforming into Professor McGonagall once inside. "Mr. Potter," she called, gesturing him over. "A word, if you please." Harry approached his parents' longtime friend and colleague with a mixture of familiarity and new student deference. "Yes, Professor. Your parents would like to see you briefly before you settle in," she said, her usual stern expression softening slightly. "They're waiting in your mother's office." Some of the other first years looked on with interest as Harry followed McGonagall out of the tower. He could already imagine the whispers, special treatment for the boy who lived, for the professor's son. "Ravenclaw," McGonagall commented as they walked. "I admit I lost a bet to Phileas. He's been unbearably smug all evening." Harry smiled despite his nervousness. "You bet on my sorting?" The entire staff did, she informed him. Your father, I might add, is now 5 galleons poorer. Dad bet against Ravenclaw? Harry asked, surprised. He was certain you'd follow the Potter tradition, McGonagall said with the faintest hint of a smile. Your mother, however, won quite handily. She had Ravenclaw with Gryffindor as a close second. They arrived at the familiar door of his mother's office on the Charms corridor. McGonagall gave his shoulder a rare supportive squeeze before departing, leaving Harry to knock on the door he'd passed through hundreds of times before. Come in, called Lily's voice. Harry entered to find both his parents waiting, his mother perched on the edge of her desk, his father examining the various magical instruments she kept on her shelves. There he is, James grinned, opening his arms for a hug which Harry gratefully accepted. Ravenclaw's newest star pupil. You're not disappointed? Harry asked, searching his father's face. James looked genuinely surprised. Disappointed? Harry, no. Surprised, yes, but not disappointed. Never that. The hat usually knows what it's doing, Lily added, embracing Harry in turn. And Ravenclaw will be good for you. Help you channel all that curiosity productively instead of toward mischief. I can be curious and mischievous, Harry protested with a grin. Merlin help us all, James laughed. A Ravenclaw with marauder tendencies. They spent a few minutes talking about the sorting and Harry's initial impressions of his housemates. There was no mention of his scar hurting, and Harry decided not to bring it up, it had only been a momentary twinge, after all. We won't keep you long, Lily said eventually. You should get settled in with your dorm mates. But we wanted you to know that we're proud of you, no matter what house you're in. And that the usual rules still apply, James added more seriously. I know you've had more freedom around here than most students, but as of tonight, you're a first year like everyone else. Which means no wandering the corridors at night, Lily emphasized with a knowing look. Even with certain magical aids to invisibility. Harry tried to look innocent. I have no idea what you mean. Sure you don't, kiddo, James ruffled his hair. Just try not to lose too many house points your first week, alright? With final hugs and reminders about breakfast schedules, Harry made his way back to Ravenclaw Tower, a prefect escort deemed unnecessary given his familiarity with the castle. As he approached the tower, he noticed a small figure huddled by the entrance, Hermione Granger, looking lost and a bit forlorn. Hermione, he called. What are you doing here? She jumped, clearly embarrassed to be caught. Oh. Harry. I was just, exploring. Getting to know the castle. Her obvious lie hung in the air between them. Harry took pity on her. You're disappointed we're not in the same house. She bit her lip, then nodded. I was hoping. I don't really know anyone, and you seemed nice on the train. Ron doesn't like me much, I can tell, and Neville's sweet but very shy. Just because we're in different houses doesn't mean we can't be friends, Harry pointed out. My dad's best mates were all Gryffindors, but his wife ended up being a Gryffindor who was best friends with a Slytherin. Really? Hermione looked hopeful. I've read that house rivalries can be quite intense. They can be, Harry agreed, especially in Quidditch. But outside that? It's mostly just friendly competition. Look, why don't we meet for breakfast tomorrow? I'll introduce you to my dorm mates, and you can tell me about yours. She smiled, revealing her rather large front teeth. I'd like that. The common room password is Caput Draconis, by the way. Just in case you ever need to visit. Thanks, Harry grinned. Ours isn't a password, it's a riddle that changes. More fun that way. They parted ways, Hermione heading back toward Gryffindor Tower with a lighter step, Harry approaching the eagle knocker for his second riddle of the evening. I fly without wings, cry without eyes. What am I? The knocker asked. Harry thought for a moment. A cloud. Well reasoned, the knocker approved, and the door swung open. The common room had emptied somewhat, with many students already retired to their dormitories. Harry climbed the spiral staircase to the first-year boys' room, finding his trunk at the foot of a comfortable-looking four-poster bed hung with blue curtains. His dorm mates, Terry Boot, Michael Corner, Anthony Goldstein, and a quiet boy named Stephen Cornfoot, were already in various stages of unpacking and preparing for bed. "There's the man of the hour," Terry greeted him. "Thought maybe you'd decided to sleep in the staff quarters instead." "Nah," Harry said easily, opening his trunk. "Just had to check in with my parents. Part of the first day at Hogwarts tradition, I guess." "Must be weird," Michael commented, "having your mum as a teacher." "Bit awkward sometimes," Harry admitted. "But she's fair. Doesn't give me special treatment in class, might even be tougher on me, honestly." "Is it true you can do wandless magic?" Anthony asked, eyes wide. "My cousin said he saw you levitating books in the library last year without a wand." Harry hesitated. His wandless abilities were something his parents had encouraged him to be discreet about, unusual even in adult wizards, they could draw unwanted attention. "A little," he said finally, deciding honesty with his dorm mates was the best policy. "Small stuff, nothing fancy." To demonstrate, he held out his hand and concentrated. A pair of socks from his trunk rose gently into the air, drifting toward him before settling in his palm. "Bloody hell," Terry breathed. "That's brilliant." "Not really," Harry shrugged, downplaying it. "Plenty of kids do accidental magic. I just worked on controlling it a bit." "Still cool though," Michael insisted. "Think you could teach us?" "Maybe," Harry said noncommittally. "We should probably focus on learning the normal way first. Classes start tomorrow, after all." As they continued unpacking and chatting, Harry felt a sense of belonging settling over him. Different house than expected, yes, but already it felt right, these curious, knowledge-seeking boys who were impressed by his abilities but didn't seem overwhelmed by his fame. When he finally lay in bed that night, midnight curled at his feet, having appeared mysteriously as she always did, Harry listened to the gentle breathing of his dorm mates and the distant sound of wind around the tower. His first day as a proper Hogwarts student had brought surprises, but good ones. Tomorrow, the real adventure would begin. Harry's first week as a Ravenclaw exceeded even his optimistic expectations. Classes, which he'd worried might be boring after years of informal education around the castle, proved fascinating when approached from a student's perspective. Professors who had known him since childhood now treated him with the same expectations as his peers, mostly. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said during their first transfiguration lesson after Harry had successfully turned his match into a needle on the first try, "perhaps you could assist Ms. Granger with her technique." Hermione, who had almost succeeded but whose needle still had a wooden section, looked both disappointed at not being first and pleased to work with Harry. By the end of the lesson, they had both mastered the spell and earned 5 points each for their houses. "That was brilliant," Hermione exclaimed as they left the classroom together. "The way you visualize the transformation before attempting it, I've never read that in any of the textbooks." "My dad taught me that trick," Harry explained as they headed toward the Great Hall for lunch. "He says transfiguration is as much about imagination as wand work." Their budding friendship had already raised eyebrows, a Gryffindor and a Ravenclaw, especially these two particular students, but Harry ignored the looks. He'd grown up oblivious to How's boundaries and saw no reason to start caring now. At the Ravenclaw table, he'd begun establishing himself as neither an arrogant celebrity nor a teacher's pet, but simply another first year with perhaps a bit more prior knowledge than most. His housemates appreciated his willingness to help with classwork but seemed equally impressed by his knack for finding the kitchens on their second day. "How'd you know about the pair?" Terry had asked in amazement as they loaded up on late-night snacks. "Misspent youth," Harry grinned, accepting cream puffs from delighted house elves who had known him since toddlerhood. The real test came Friday morning with their first potions lesson, shared with the Hufflepuffs and taught by Professor Snape, whose complicated relationship with the Potter family made his treatment of Harry unpredictable. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, Snape began, his voice barely above a whisper yet capturing every student's attention. His dark eyes swept the classroom, lingering momentarily on Harry before continuing. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death. Harry sat attentively, quill ready. Unlike many of his classmates who squirmed under Snape's intimidating gaze, he'd known the potions master his entire life, had even, on rare occasions, seen him engage in civil conversation with his father, a feat many would have thought impossible. Potter, Snape said suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Several Ravenclaw's hands shot up, but Harry met Snape's gaze steadily. The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Snape's expression didn't change. And where would you look if I asked you to find a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, sir. It can save you from most poisons. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir, Harry answered. Also called aconite. Snape regarded him silently for a moment. The classroom held its breath, accustomed already to Snape's harsh treatment of incorrect answers. Adequate, he said finally. It seems your mother's influence has somewhat counterbalanced your father's unfortunate traits. 1 point to Ravenclaw for basic preparation. Coming from Snape, this was practically effusive praise. Harry suppressed a smile as the lesson continued, focusing on brewing the simple boil cure potion assigned to the class. Working with Terry Boot as his partner, Harry created a nearly perfect potion, earning another grudging point from Snape who merely nodded at their cauldron while criticizing others with considerably more venom. That wasn't so bad, Terry commented as they packed up their supplies. Everyone said Snape was a nightmare. He is to most students, Harry confirmed. I think I got special treatment because of my mum. They were friends at school. Snape had friends? Terry looked skeptical. Next you'll tell me he smiles on weekends. Harry laughed. I've never seen actual proof of that. As they left the dungeons, Harry spotted a familiar red-headed figure waiting in the corridor, his mother, ostensibly examining a tapestry but obviously lingering for him. Go on, he told Terry. I'll catch up. When the other students had dispersed, Harry approached his mother with a grin. Spying on my potions class, Professor Potter. Lily smiled, ruffling his hair affectionately. Professional curiosity. How did it go with Severus? Better than I expected, Harry admitted. He didn't praise me exactly, but he didn't try to humiliate me either. Even gave Ravenclaw a couple points. Progress, Lily nodded, looking pleased. He's complicated. But he's making an effort, in his way. They walked together toward the entrance hall, maintaining a slightly more formal distance than they would have before Harry became an official student. Lily had been careful to treat him like any other Ravenclaw during Charms class, though Harry had caught her proud smile when he'd mastered the levitation charm before anyone else. Dad said he'd try to visit this weekend, Harry mentioned as they descended the marble staircase. Something about Quidditch practice. He and Sirius want to give you some flying tips before your first lesson, Lily confirmed. Though I'm not sure Wood will appreciate them corrupting a potential Ravenclaw player. First years never make the house teams anyway, Harry reminded her, though flying was one area where he knew he had exceptional talent. James had put him on a training broom almost before he could walk, and years of informal games with visiting Weasleys had honed his skills. Rules can be bent, Lily said with an enigmatic smile. Just focus on your studies for now. How are you settling into Ravenclaw? Great, Harry said enthusiastically. The riddles are fun, and everyone's really nice. Different from what I expected, but in a good way. And you're making friends in other houses too, I see, Lily nodded toward the great hall where Hermione was visible at the Gryffindor table, nose buried in a book while picking at her lunch. Ms. Granger is quite impressive in class. She's brilliant, Harry agreed. Bit intense about rules and assignments, but really nice once you get to know her. Some people said the same about me at her age, Lily smiled nostalgically. Well, I won't keep you from your lunch. Just wanted to check in. As they parted ways, Harry noticed a group of older Slytherins watching their exchange with interest. Among them was a tall, elegant black girl who assessed Harry with cool calculation rather than the usual celebrity fascination. He nodded politely in her direction, earning a raised eyebrow before she turned away. At the Ravenclaw table, Harry found his housemates discussing weekend plans. There's supposed to be a study group for first years in the library tomorrow morning, Anthony informed him. All houses welcome, but organized by the Ravenclaw prefects. Sounds useful, Harry nodded, helping himself to shepherd's pie. I promised to meet Ron for exploring afterward though. Weasley? Michael asked. The one whose brothers are the troublemakers. Fred and George, Harry confirmed with a grin. They've promised to show us some secret passages. I'm coming too, Terry declared. Been dying to find the shortcut to the kitchens again. As lunch progressed, the conversation turned to the forbidden third-floor corridor that Dumbledore had mentioned at the opening feast. Patricia Stimpson from third year says she heard growling behind the door, Lisa Turpin reported in a hushed voice. Like some kind of massive beast. Probably just Peeves making noises to scare people, Michael suggested. Or maybe it's where they keep confiscated items, Terry proposed. Dangerous stuff students have brought in over the years. If it were just confiscated items, they wouldn't warn us we might die, Harry pointed out reasonably. It's got to be something new, something they brought in over the summer. He recalled his parents' hushed conversations during August, references to Dumbledore borrowing Hagrid for a special mission, and increased security around the castle. Something valuable had come to Hogwarts, something that needed protection. We should check it out, Terry suggested eagerly. Not worth getting expelled over, Anthony countered. If Dumbledore says it's dangerous, I believe him. Harry silently agreed, though his curiosity burned. Growing up with parents who fought dark wizards for a living had taught him that some warnings existed for very good reasons. After lunch came their first defense against the dark arts lesson with Professor Quirrell. Harry had been looking forward to this subject more than any other, given his family history, but the reality proved deeply disappointing. The classroom reeked of garlic, which Quirrell claimed was to ward off a vampire he'd encountered in Romania. His stuttering made lectures nearly incomprehensible, and the substance of the course seemed to involve more hiding from dark creatures than defending against them. More disturbingly, Harry's scar prickled uncomfortably throughout the lesson, especially when Quirrell's back was turned. By the end of class, he had a dull headache and a growing suspicion that something wasn't right about the turban professor. That was useless, Terry complained as they left. My dad said defense was supposed to be about actual defensive spells, not how to run away from trolls. Maybe it gets better, Harry said without much conviction. Or maybe we could form our own study group. I've got books from my parents we could use. The weekend arrived with glorious September sunshine flooding the castle. Saturday morning found Harry in the library with a mixed group of first years from all houses, the Ravenclaw organized study session proving surprisingly popular. Hermione had claimed a seat beside him, her parchment already filled with meticulous notes despite it being only their first week. Ron had reluctantly joined them, muttering about wasting a perfect Saturday indoors but needing help with his potions essay. The properties of Moonstone aren't that complicated, Hermione was explaining patiently. If you just read the chapter, reading the chapter puts me to sleep, Ron groaned. Can't you just summarize it? That defeats the purpose of learning, she huffed. Here, Harry intervened, sliding his own notes across the table. Use these as a guide, but write it in your own words, Ron. Snape can spot copied work a mile away. Ron looked at Harry's concise but thorough notes with relief. You're a lifesaver, mate. From across the table, Draco Malfoy snorted derisively. He had joined the study group with Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott, but seemed more interested in observing Harry than in actual studying. Problem, Malfoy? Harry asked mildly. Just wondering why the great Harry Potter is helping Weasley cheat, Draco drawled. Thought Ravenclaw's valued academic integrity. Sharing notes isn't cheating, Harry countered calmly. It's collaboration. Something Slytherins should appreciate, given how well your house works together. Draco seemed taken aback by what could be interpreted as a compliment. He recovered quickly. At least we don't associate with people who can't keep up. His gaze flicked meaningfully to Ron and Neville. Ron's ears turned red, but before he could retort, Harry spoke again. Intelligence takes different forms, he said, recalling his mother's frequent lectures on teaching to varied learning styles. Ron's brilliant at strategy, you should see him play chess. And Neville knows more about herbology than anyone in our year. Neville looked up in surprise at the praise, while Hermione nodded vigorously in agreement. It's true, she confirmed. Neville identified a mislabeled plant in the greenhouse yesterday before Professor Sprout even noticed. Draco seemed at a loss for a cutting response, settling for a dismissive, whatever, before returning to his own work. The study session continued more peacefully after that, with students breaking into subject-specific groups. Harry found himself explaining transfiguration concepts to a mixed group including Hufflepuff's Susan Bones and Justin Finch-Fletchley alongside Terry and Michael from Ravenclaw. By midday, even Hermione agreed they'd earned a break. Harry led a group of them outside to enjoy the sunshine, settling under a large beech tree near the lake. Did anyone else notice Quirrell acts weird around Harry? Ron asked, lounging on the grass. Kept his back to you most of the class. Maybe he's intimidated, Hermione suggested. You know, because of your history. She gestured vaguely toward Harry's scar. Maybe, Harry said noncommittally, not mentioning the headaches. Speaking of weird, has anyone tried to figure out what's on the third floor? Fred and George tried, Ron reported. Said the door's locked with more than just a normal spell. They couldn't crack it. Probably for the best, Hermione said primly. If Professor Dumbledore says it's dangerous, yeah, Ron waved her off. Still curious though, aren't you? Before Hermione could deny it, a shadow fell across their group. Harry looked up to find his father and Sirius standing there, both carrying broomsticks. Well, Sirius grinned. Ravenclaw's newest recruit holding court with students from every house. Dumbledore would be proud. Uncle Padfoot. Harry jumped up, accepting a one-armed hug. Dad! You came. Promised, didn't I? James ruffled his son's hair affectionately. Thought we'd get some flying in before lunch, if you're not too busy with your fan club here. They're friends, not fans, Harry corrected, though he grinned at the teasing. Guys, this is my dad, James Potter, and my godfather, Sirius Black. There was an immediate ripple of excitement through the group. James Potter's reputation as an Auror who had faced Voldemort and lived was legendary, and Sirius Black's work in tracking down escaped Death Eaters had been widely reported in the Daily Prophet. The famous marauders, Fred Weasley said, appearing suddenly with George beside him. Our heroes. Prongs and Padfoot in the flesh, George added reverently. James and Sirius exchanged amused glances. Our reputation precedes us, it seems, Sirius said. These two found our old map, Harry explained. They've been dying to meet you properly. The map? James exclaimed. Filch confiscated that our 7th year. We liberated it from his office, Fred said proudly. Taught us everything we know. We've added a few passages you lot never found, George challenged. Bottom of the East Tower to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Impossible, Sirius scoffed. We checked every inch of that area. After lunch, we'll show you, Fred promised. James checked his watch. We're meeting Lily and Remus for lunch in Hogsmeade, actually. Harry, ready for some flying first? Harry nodded eagerly, saying quick goodbyes to his friends. As they walked toward the Quidditch pitch, James draped an arm around his son's shoulders. So, Ravenclaw, he said conversationally. How's that working out? Great, Harry replied honestly. It feels right, you know. Like I fit there. Your mother always said you had more of her brain than my recklessness, James smiled. Though from what Minerva tells me, you've found plenty of opportunities for adventure already. It's only been a week. Harry protested. A week in which you apparently organized an inter-house study group, discovered the kitchen entrance, and made friends with everyone from Gryffindor prefects to Slytherin first years, Sirius counted off on his fingers. Not to mention impressing Flitwick with a perfect levitation charm on your first try. Harry flushed. Been keeping tabs on me? We're interested, James said simply. Not checking up, just, proud. At the Quidditch pitch, they found it blissfully empty. James handed Harry his own Nimbus 1700, not the newest model but far superior to the school brooms. Don't tell your mother, he winked. First years aren't supposed to have their own brooms. I know, Harry grinned, running his hand lovingly over the polished handle. Just for practice, right? For the next hour, they flew drills and passing patterns, James and Sirius putting Harry through increasingly complex maneuvers. Despite not having flown in several weeks, Harry performed each one flawlessly, his natural talent evident in every dive and turn. He flies better than you did at that age, Prongs, Sirius commented as Harry executed a perfect sloth grip roll. Ravenclaw's going to have a secret weapon next year. Might not have to wait that long, James said thoughtfully. Hooch is overseeing first-year flying lessons next week. If she sees what he can do. Dad, Harry called, hovering nearby. Throw me something to catch. James conjured a series of small golden spheres, sending them flying in different directions with his wand. Harry took off after each one, catching them with effortless precision before they could hit the ground. None of them noticed Professor Flitwick watching from the stands, his expression calculating. First-year flying lessons are a complete waste of time, Terry complained the following Thursday as they walked across the grounds. We're basically going to spend an hour learning how to say up. It's important to learn the basics properly, Harry said, though privately he agreed. After years of informal Quidditch with his father, Sirius, and the Weasleys, basic broom handling seemed painfully elementary. The Ravenclaws shared flying lessons with the Hufflepuffs, a generally agreeable arrangement given the friendly relations between the houses. Harry spotted Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott standing nervously beside a row of old-school brooms, while Justin Finch-Fletchley appeared to be giving himself a pep talk. Ever flown before, Potter? Asked Zacharias Smith, a pompous Hufflepuff boy who seemed determined to be unimpressed by Harry's celebrity. A bit, Harry answered modestly, not mentioning the hours of training with his father just days earlier. My family has a Quidditch pitch at our country estate, Smith boasted. I've been flying since I was 5. Before Harry could respond, Madame Hooch arrived, her yellow hawk-like eyes surveying the assembled students. Well, what are you waiting for? She barked. Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up. The lesson proceeded exactly as Terry had predicted, basic commands, proper gripping techniques, and hovering a few feet off the ground. Harry complied with each instruction perfectly, secretly chafing at the restrictions. Madame Hooch noticed. Potter, you seem comfortable on a broom, she commented, watching him hover steadily while other students wobbled. Had much practice. My dad taught me, Harry admitted. James Potter, she nodded knowingly. Fine chaser in his day. Let's see what you've inherited. When I blow my whistle, I want you to fly a circuit of the training area. Just a simple circuit, mind you. Harry nodded, trying to contain his excitement at finally being allowed to really fly. When the whistle sounded, he urged the school broom forward, compensating for its tendency to pull left as he smoothly accelerated. Though he kept his speed moderate to avoid showing off, Harry's natural grace on a broomstick was immediately apparent. He completed the circuit with textbook precision, returning to hover before Madame Hooch, who was watching him with undisguised interest. Well done, Potter. 5 points to Ravenclaw for excellent broom control. Now, let's see if the rest of you can manage a straight line. As the lesson continued, Harry noticed Professor Flitwick approaching from the castle, his short stature nearly lost in the waving grass. The charms professor spoke briefly with Madame Hooch, both of them glancing in Harry's direction several times. After class, as the students headed back toward the castle, Flitwick called out, "Mr. Potter, a moment please." Harry approached his head of house curiously. "Yes, Professor." "I couldn't help noticing your flying abilities," Flitwick squeaked. "Both today and, last Saturday with your father." Harry winced slightly. "Was I not supposed to use his broom?" "Strictly speaking, no," Flitwick's eyes twinkled. "But I'm willing to overlook it given the circumstances. Tell me, have you ever played as a seeker?" "Sometimes," Harry nodded. "When we play pick-up games at home. Dad says I've got good eyes for the snitch." "Indeed," Flitwick rubbed his hands together. "Our current seeker graduated last year, and the replacements at tryouts were underwhelming. Would you be interested in trying out for the team? I'd have to clear it with the headmaster, of course, but exceptions have been made before." Harry's heart leapt. "Yes. Yes, Professor, I'd be very interested." "Excellent." Flitwick beamed. "I'll speak with Professor Dumbledore immediately. If he approves, I'll arrange a special tryout with our captain, Robert Davies." "Thank you, sir." Harry could barely contain his excitement as he raced off to tell his friends. By dinner that evening, word had spread throughout Ravenclaw Tower that Harry might become the youngest house player in a century. The reactions from other houses varied. Gryffindors were torn between admiration and competitiveness, Hufflepuffs generally supportive, and Slytherins openly skeptical. "First years never make the house teams," Draco Malfoy insisted loudly as Harry passed the Slytherin table. "It's obviously special treatment." "Unless he's actually good enough," Blaise Zabini countered reasonably. "Potter's been flying for years, everyone knows that." Harry ignored the commentary, focusing instead on the note that had just been delivered by his mother's tawny owl, "Heard about Flitwick's offer. Dad is insufferably proud. Tryout scheduled for Saturday morning, Dumbledore approved. Don't tell your father, but I've arranged a little surprise. Love, Mom." The surprise turned out to be a brand new Nimbus 2000, delivered directly to Flitwick's office with a note specifying it was not to be opened until after Harry had officially made the team. The tiny charms professor was nearly beside himself with excitement. "Fair's fair," he squeaked when Harry questioned the ethics. "You must earn your position on merit, but if selected, you'll need proper equipment. Your mother is merely being practical." Saturday's tryout was witnessed by a curious crowd despite its supposedly private nature. Robert Davies, a burly sixth year, put Harry through increasingly difficult drills, testing his speed, agility, and catching reflexes with a training snitch. "He's a natural," Davies declared after Harry caught the snitch in a spectacular dive that had the onlookers gasping. "Better than Chom would have been, and she was our top prospect. Potter, the position is yours if you want it." "Brilliant." Harry grinned, barely able to believe his luck. "When do we start practicing?" "Monday evening," Davies said firmly. "And 3 times a week after that. Our first match is against Hufflepuff in November, and I intend to win." News of Harry's appointment spread through the castle like wildfire. James and Sirius appeared at Sunday lunch, ostensibly to visit Lily but really to congratulate Harry and inspect the new Nimbus with undisguised envy. "State of the art," Sirius whistled, running his hand along the polished handle. "Makes your old Nimbus look like a cleaning broom, prongs." "Watch it, Padfoot," James warned good-naturedly. "That cleaning broom won the Interdepartment Quidditch Cup 3 years running." "Until Moody banned you from playing for being a show-off," Sirius reminded him. "Details," James waved dismissively. "The point is, Harry's going to be brilliant on this. Ravenclaw might actually have a shot at the cup." "We would have had a shot anyway," Harry protested, though he couldn't help smiling at his father's enthusiasm. As September gave way to October, Harry settled into a routine that balanced classes, Quidditch practice, and spending time with his increasingly diverse group of friends. The inter-house study group had become a regular Saturday fixture, sometimes led by older students like Penelope Clearwater, who had taken Harry under her wing as a fellow Ravenclaw with ties to other houses. "You're breaking down barriers," she told him one evening in the common room. "That's rare and valuable, especially these days." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. Penelope lowered her voice. "There are whispers. Disappearances that aren't making it into the Prophet. My dad works at the ministry, says the Auror office has been working overtime. Something's brewing." Harry frowned, recalling his parents' increased security measures over the past year, the diary incident, the Horcrux hunt that remained ongoing. He hadn't heard anything specific recently, but that might be deliberate, his mother and father protecting him from worrying news. "Have you noticed anything strange around the castle?" he asked carefully. Penelope hesitated. "Maybe. That third-floor corridor, it's not just off-limits for no reason. And the new defense professor, something's off about him." "Quirrell." Harry's hand unconsciously moved to his scar, which still occasionally prickled during defense classes. "He seems harmless. Scared of his own shadow." "Maybe," she didn't look convinced. "Just keep your eyes open, Potter. And be careful with that invisibility cloak of yours." Harry stared at her in shock. "How did you, please?" She rolled her eyes. "Half the prefects have spotted you not quite there in corridors after hours. We've agreed to look the other way when you're not causing trouble, but others might not be so lenient." Chastened but also impressed by the prefect's observation skills, Harry became more careful with his nighttime explorations. He'd been using the cloak primarily to visit the library's restricted section, searching for information related to Horcruxes and their creation, research his parents had been conducting for years. So far, he'd found nothing concrete, just vague references to soul magic and warnings about its corrupting influence. Whatever books might contain explicit information had likely been removed to Dumbledore's private collection. It was during one such nocturnal expedition in late October that Harry stumbled upon the mystery of the third floor. He hadn't been heading there intentionally, a close call with Filch had forced a detour, but suddenly he found himself in the forbidden corridor, the moonlight streaming through windows onto the worn stone floor. At the end of the corridor stood a door, ordinary-looking but emanating a subtle magical energy that Harry could almost taste. Growing up surrounded by powerful magic had attuned him to such sensations. Curiosity won over caution. Harry approached quietly, drawing his wand as he reached the door. A simple Alohomora was worth trying, at least. To his surprise, the unlocking charm worked. The door clicked open with suspicious ease. Harry hesitated, suddenly wary. If Fred and George couldn't open this door earlier in the term, why would it yield to a first-year spell now? Unless someone else had been here before him, someone who'd left it improperly secured. Pulling the invisibility cloak tighter around himself, Harry pushed the door open just enough to peer inside. What he saw made his blood freeze. An enormous three-headed dog stood in the center of the room, all 6 eyes currently closed in sleep. Each head was the size of a small car, with yellowed fangs protruding from slobbering jaws. The creature's massive paws rested on what appeared to be a trapdoor in the floor. As the door creaked slightly, one head twitched, nostrils flaring. Harry froze, hardly daring to breathe. The head settled back into sleep, but Harry had seen enough. He carefully pulled the door closed, heart pounding against his ribs. Once safely around the corner, he leaned against the wall, processing what he'd discovered. A giant three-headed dog, a Cerberus from Greek mythology, guarding a trapdoor. Clearly protecting something important, something that had come to Hogwarts over the summer, something valuable enough to warrant Dumbledore's dire warning. But what? And why hide it in a school full of children, secured by a door that a first-year could unlock? Lost in thought, Harry nearly walked straight into Professor Quirrell, who was hurrying along an intersecting corridor. Only his invisibility cloak saved him from discovery. The defense professor looked different, his usual nervous demeanor replaced by purposeful movement, his normally trembling hands steady as he strode toward the very corridor Harry had just left. Harry pressed himself against the wall, watching as Quirrell approached the third-floor door. The professor glanced furtively around before drawing his wand and muttering an incantation more complex than a simple unlocking charm. As Quirrell slipped inside, Harry's scar exploded with pain, a searing, blinding agony that forced him to his knees. Through watering eyes, he saw the door close behind Quirrell, followed by muffled growling that quickly subsided. The pain receded as suddenly as it had come, leaving Harry gasping for breath. The invisibility cloak pooled around him. He scrambled to cover himself again, mind racing. Why would Quirrell be visiting the Cerberus in the middle of the night? And why did Harry's scar, his connection to Voldemort, react so violently to the professor's presence? Making his way back to Ravenclaw Tower on shaking legs, Harry knew he needed to tell someone what he'd seen. His mother would believe him, but she might also restrict his movements further. His father would investigate, but possibly too publicly, alerting Quirrell. By the time he answered the Eagle Knocker's riddle, what has roots nobody sees, is taller than trees, up it goes, and yet never grows, Harry had made his decision. Tomorrow he would write to Sirius, observant, connected to the Aurors, but less likely to overreact than his parents. For now, though, he needed sleep. Tomorrow was Halloween, a date that had shaped his family's destiny once before. Something told him this year's anniversary might bring its own revelations. Halloween at Hogwarts arrived with the traditional decorations, floating jack-o'-lanterns, live bats swooping through the Great Hall, and Hagrid's enormous pumpkins adorning every corner. For most students, it was a day of excitement and feasting. For Harry, it had always been more complicated. His parents treated October 31st with a mixture of celebration, for their survival, and somber reflection, for how close they'd come to death, for Severus Snape's sacrifice. This year, away from their private family traditions, Harry felt oddly untethered. "You all right, mate?" Terry asked at breakfast, noticing Harry's distraction. "You've been stirring that porridge for 5 minutes without eating any." "Just thinking," Harry said, forcing a smile. "Halloween stuff." Understanding dawned on Terry's face. "Right. Sorry, didn't think, it's fine," Harry assured him. "Just feels weird celebrating the day Voldemort tried to kill my family, that's all." Several nearby students flinched at the name, but Harry had never adopted the you-know-who euphemism. Growing up with parents who spoke the name freely had inoculated him against that particular fear. "At least there's the feast tonight," Michael offered. "Flitwick says they're having a troupe of dancing skeletons." "Sounds brilliant," Harry nodded, though his mind was elsewhere, specifically, on the letter he'd sent to Sirius that morning, detailing his discovery of the Cerberus and Quirrell's suspicious behavior. Classes proceeded normally throughout the day. In charms, they were finally attempting the levitation charm that Harry had mastered years ago. Professor Flitwick paired him with Padma Patil, knowing Harry could help guide her technique. "It's all in the wrist movement," Harry explained as Padma frowned in concentration. "Kind of a swish and flick, like this." He demonstrated without a wand, having learned to be discreet about his wandless abilities in class. Padma nodded, adjusted her grip, and tried again. "Wingardium Leviosa." Her feather wobbled, then rose steadily into the air. "I did it," she exclaimed, beaming with pride. "Well done, Ms. Patil," squeaked Professor Flitwick. 5 points to Ravenclaw for excellent first-time execution. In the adjacent classroom, they could hear the Gryffindors and Slytherins having their own charms lesson. Occasional loud bangs and Professor Potter's voice rising above the chaos suggested things were proceeding less smoothly. Later, crossing the courtyard between classes, Harry overheard Ron complaining loudly to Dean Thomas. "It's Leviosa, not Leviosa," he mimicked in a high-pitched voice. "She's a nightmare, honestly. No wonder she hasn't got any friends." A bushy-haired figure pushed past them, and Harry caught a glimpse of Hermione's face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she hurried away. "I think she heard you," Dean said uncomfortably. Ron looked abashed but defensive. "So? She must have noticed nobody can stand her." "That's not true," Harry cut in, approaching the Gryffindor boys. "Hermione's got plenty of friends. Including me." Ron's ears turned red. "She was showing off again, making everyone feel stupid. She's trying to help," Harry countered. "Just because she knows the answers doesn't mean she's showing off." "Whatever," Ron muttered, looking increasingly guilty. "She doesn't have to be so intense about it." "That's just who she is," Harry said firmly. "And right now, she's upset because of what you said. You should apologize." "Fine," Ron sighed. "When I see her in class." But Hermione didn't appear for their afternoon classes, nor at the beginning of the Halloween feast. Harry found himself picking at his food, worry for his friend overriding his appetite despite the spectacular spread. "Parvati Patil says Hermione's been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon," Padma informed him when he asked. "Won't come out or talk to anyone." Harry frowned, glancing toward the Gryffindor table where Ron also looked uncomfortable, pushing food around his plate rather than devouring it as usual. The feast was in full swing, dancing skeletons entertaining the students with a macabre ballet, when the doors to the Great Hall burst open. Professor Quirrell sprinted in, turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll," he gasped, staggering toward the head table. "In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted into chaos, screams, shouts, and panicked movement as students half-rose from their seats. It took several purple firecrackers from Dumbledore's wand to restore silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons." As the prefects began organizing their houses, Harry's mind raced. Hermione was still in the bathroom, unaware of the danger. And Ravenclaw Tower was in the opposite direction from where she'd be. "I've got to find her," he muttered to Terry. "Cover for me with Robert." Terry looked alarmed. "Are you mental? There's a troll loose." "Which Hermione doesn't know about," Harry insisted. "I'll be quick, just warn her and bring her to Gryffindor Tower." Before Terry could protest further, Harry slipped away from the Ravenclaw line, ducking behind a suit of armor as students streamed past. He caught sight of Ron looking equally conflicted, and on impulse, grabbed the redhead's arm as he passed. "Ron! Hermione doesn't know about the troll." Ron's eyes widened. "Bloody hell, you're right. What do we do?" "Find her," Harry said grimly. "Come on, this way." They hurried down a side corridor, away from the prefect's watchful eyes. Harry had spent years memorizing Hogwarts layout and led them on a shortcut toward the girls' bathrooms. As they rounded a corner, a foul stench assaulted their nostrils, a mixture of old socks and unwashed public toilets. Then they heard it, heavy footfalls and low grunting. "I thought Quirrell said it was in the dungeons," Ron whispered. "Clearly it's moved," Harry replied, pulling Ron into the shadows as the troll came into view. 12 feet tall, with granite-gray skin and a lumpy body like a boulder, the mountain troll dragged a massive wooden club behind it. It peered through an open doorway, then slouched inside. "The key's in the lock," Harry noted. "We could lock it in." "Good idea," Ron nodded nervously. They edged toward the door, ready to slam it shut, when a high, petrified scream echoed from inside the room. "That's the girls' bathroom." Harry realized with horror. "Hermione," they said together, fear forgotten as they charged inside. Hermione Granger was shrinking against the opposite wall, looking ready to faint as the troll advanced on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. "Distract it!" Harry shouted, desperate for a plan. He grabbed a tap and threw it hard against the wall. The troll stopped, blinking stupidly, then turned its ugly snout toward Harry, giving Hermione the chance to run. "Run, Hermione!" Ron yelled, throwing a metal pipe at the creature. But Hermione couldn't move, frozen against the wall in terror as the troll advanced on Harry. Years of defensive training kicked in. Harry knew he couldn't match the troll for strength, but magic might work, if he could focus through the panic. Wingardium Leviosa, he shouted, directing his wand at the troll's club. The massive weapon rose suddenly from the troll's hand, hovering in midair. The creature looked up stupidly, just in time for Harry to release the charm and drop the club directly onto its owner's head with a sickening crack. The troll swayed, then collapsed with a thud that made the entire room tremble. "Is it dead?" Hermione asked in a small voice. "Don't think so," Harry answered, approaching cautiously. "Just knocked out." A sudden slamming of doors and running footsteps announced the arrival of adults. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Lily Potter burst into the bathroom, taking in the scene with varying degrees of shock and alarm. "What on earth were you thinking?" McGonagall demanded, cold fury in her voice. "You're lucky you weren't killed." "Please, Professor," Hermione's small voice cut in. "They were looking for me. Miss Granger. I went looking for the troll. I've read about them and thought I could handle it." The lie was so uncharacteristic of Hermione that Harry nearly gaped at her. "If Harry and Ron hadn't found me, I'd be dead now." Ron looked as stunned as Harry felt, but they both had the sense to stay silent. "Well," McGonagall said after a long pause. "In that case. Miss Granger, 5 points from Gryffindor for serious lack of judgment. As for you two gentlemen." Her lips thinned. 5 points each for sheer dumb luck. Not many first years could take on a mountain troll and live to tell the tale. Through this exchange, Lily had been examining the troll, but her eyes kept darting to Harry with a mixture of fear, pride, and something else, suspicion, perhaps. "Go back to your dormitories," McGonagall instructed. "The feast is continuing there." As they filed out, Harry caught his mother's quiet voice, "A moment, Harry." He hung back while Ron and Hermione continued down the corridor, now united by their shared adventure. "What really happened?" Lily asked once they were alone, her voice not angry but intensely serious. Harry hesitated, then decided on honesty. Hermione was upset and didn't know about the troll. "We went to warn her. And ended up facing a fully grown mountain troll," Lily finished, running a hand through her hair in a gesture reminiscent of James. "Do you have any idea how dangerous?" She stopped, taking a deep breath. "How did you knock it out?" "Levitation charm," Harry admitted. "On its club." A flicker of pride crossed Lily's face before she controlled her expression. "Quick thinking." "But Harry, you can't just." "The troll could have killed us, I know," he nodded. "But it would have definitely killed Hermione if we hadn't gone." Lily studied her son's face, then sighed. "You're too much like your father sometimes. And me, if I'm honest." She pulled him into a brief, fierce hug. 5 more points to Ravenclaw for looking out for your friend. Now get back to your dormitory before I change my mind and give you detention instead." Harry grinned. "Thanks, Mom. I mean, Professor Potter." "Go," she ordered, but a smile tugged at her lips. By the time Harry reached Ravenclaw Tower, the tale of the troll's defeat had somehow preceded him, growing more elaborate with each retelling. He was greeted with cheers and questions, which he answered modestly, downplaying his role. Later that night, as his dormmates slept, Harry stared at the star-patterned canopy above his bed, processing the day's events. Halloween had brought danger once again, but unlike that night 10 years ago, he'd faced it directly. More concerning was the realization that had struck him while watching Professors McGonagall and Snape deal with the aftermath. Snape had been limping badly, his robes torn to reveal a nasty gash on his leg. An injury that looked suspiciously like a bite wound. Had Snape also encountered the Cerberus? And if so, why? Was the Sour Potions Master also interested in whatever lay beneath the trapdoor? One thing was becoming clear, the mystery of the third floor connected to something much larger, something worth risking not just rules but lives for. And somehow, Harry suspected, it connected back to the same darkness his family had faced a decade ago, the shadow of Voldemort that never seemed to lift completely. As he drifted towards sleep, Harry's last thought was of his father's voice from years ago, "Sometimes, son, it's not about finding trouble. Sometimes trouble finds the Potters, whether we're looking for it or not." November arrived with biting winds and the start of the Quidditch season. Harry's first match, Ravenclaw vs Hufflepuff, loomed on the horizon, bringing both excitement and anxiety. "Nervous?" Penelope asked at breakfast on the morning of the game, watching Harry pick at his toast. "A bit," he admitted. "First real match." "You'll be brilliant," she assured him. "I've seen you practice. Davies says you're the best seeker prospect he's seen in years." Harry appreciated her confidence but couldn't shake his unease. Part of it was natural pre-game jitters, but another part stemmed from the increasingly strange occurrences around the castle. Sirius had responded to his letter about Quirrell and the Cerberus with uncharacteristic caution, eyes open, wand ready, but don't confront anyone. "Some concerns on our end too. Your father and I are looking into it. Stay safe." Additionally, his scar had begun hurting more frequently, not just in defense class, but randomly throughout the day, often when Quirrell was nowhere in sight. "Time to head down," Terry announced, breaking into Harry's thoughts. "The whole house is going together to show support." The weather was perfect for Quidditch, clear and cool, with minimal wind. In the changing rooms, Davies gave a straightforward pep talk: "Play clean, play smart, and for Merlin's sake, Potter, catch the snitch before Diggory does." Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff seeker, was a fourth year with considerable skill and a reputation for fair play. As the teams walked onto the pitch, he shook Harry's hand with a genuine smile. "May the best seeker win," he said warmly. "You too," Harry grinned back. Madam Hooch released the balls, and the game began. Harry soared above the action, eyes scanning for the golden snitch while keeping track of the score below. Ravenclaw's chasers were good but not exceptional, Hufflepuff's were well coordinated. The game remained close, 30-20 to Ravenclaw after 15 minutes. The commentary, provided by Lee Jordan with occasional rebukes from Professor McGonagall, tracked the action with colorful descriptions: "Johnson with the quaffle, nice pass to Davies, back to Johnson, ooh, nasty bludger from Smith, but Johnson keeps possession, she shoots, Ravenclaw scores. 40-20 to the Eagles." Harry circled the pitch, the Nimbus 2000 responding to his slightest touch. He spotted his parents in the teacher's stand, his mother watching intently, his father practically bouncing with excitement beside her. Suddenly, a flash of gold caught his eye near the Hufflepuff goal posts. Harry accelerated instantly, but Diggory had seen it too from the opposite side of the pitch. They converged at breakneck speed, the snitch hovering tantalizingly between them before darting downward. Both seekers dived, the ground rushing up to meet them. Potter and Diggory neck and neck in a Wronski feint, or is it? Yes. They've spotted the snitch. Jordan's voice boomed across the stadium. At the last possible moment, Harry pulled out of the dive, his toes skimming the grass as he stretched his hand forward. His fingers closed around the fluttering golden ball just as Diggory's hand grasped air. Potter's got the snitch. Ravenclaw wins, 190-30. The stadium erupted, Blue and Bronze supporters leaping to their feet in celebration. Harry held the snitch high, grinning broadly as his teammates descended upon him. "Brilliant catch!" Davies shouted over the noise. "Absolutely brilliant." They landed in a jubilant cluster, surrounded by cheering Ravenclaws pouring onto the field. Harry found himself lifted onto several shoulders, the snitch still clutched in his hand. Through the crowd, he spotted his father approaching, practically bursting with pride. "That's my boy." James called, his voice carrying over the din. "Did you see that dive, Lily? Just like the one against Slytherin in '76. Lily was more composed but equally proud, her green eyes bright with emotion as she reached up to ruffle Harry's hair. "Well done, sweetheart. That was quite impressive." "Thanks, Mum," Harry beamed, adrenaline still coursing through him. "Did you see Diggory's face when I pulled up? He thought I'd crash for sure." Heart-stopping, she agreed with a wry smile. "Your father nearly broke Phileas's arm squeezing it during that dive." "Worth it," James declared, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "First game, first win. We're celebrating. 3 broomsticks in an hour." "James," Lily cautioned, "Harry can't just leave school grounds for a celebration." "Already cleared it with Dumbledore," James winked. "Special dispensation for the family of Hogwarts' youngest seeker in a century." Harry's teammates were calling him back for the traditional victory lap. He squeezed his parents' hands quickly before rejoining the team, soaring once more into the air to the cheers of the crowd. The afternoon at the 3 Broomsticks was everything Harry could have hoped for: butterbeer, his parents' company, and Sirius and Remus arriving halfway through to join the celebration. Even Ron, Hermione, and Neville had been granted permission to attend, courtesy of Professor McGonagall, who claimed it was an educational opportunity to observe proper wizarding sporting traditions. To Harry, Sirius raised his glass in a toast. "Showing the Potter Quidditch genes live on." "Here, here," the others chorused. And to Ravenclaw, James added magnanimously, "For having the good sense to put my son on their team." As the celebration continued, Harry found himself momentarily alone with Sirius while the others ordered another round of drinks. "Got your letter," Sirius murmured, suddenly serious. "Been doing some digging. Quirrell's history doesn't quite add up." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, keeping his voice low. "Gap in his travels. Claims he was in Albania, but we can't verify it. And there've been incidents at the ministry. Attempted break-ins to secure areas." Harry frowned. "You think it's connected to whatever's being guarded at Hogwarts?" "Possibly," Sirius nodded. "Your father and I are working on it. Officially unofficially, if you know what I mean." "Any idea what's under that trapdoor?" Sirius hesitated. "Some. But it's better if I don't know," Harry finished with a sigh. "In case someone tries to get it from me." "Smart kid," Sirius ruffled his hair. "Just keep your distance from Quirrell. And if your scar hurts again, tell Mum right away," Harry promised. "I will." The conversation shifted as James returned, carrying butterbeers and tales of Harry's first time on a toy broomstick. 18 months old, and he's zooming around the house, Lily screaming at me for buying it while I'm trying to catch him before he knocks over any more vases. The rest of November passed in a blur of classes, Quidditch practice, and increasingly frigid weather. Harry's friend group had solidified into a core that transcended house boundaries: Ron and Hermione from Gryffindor, Terry and Padma from Ravenclaw, Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, and occasionally even Blaise Zabini from Slytherin, who had more intellectual curiosity than house prejudice. They often gathered in the library, ostensibly to study but increasingly to discuss the mystery of the 3rd floor. After the troll incident, Harry had confided in Ron and Hermione about the Cerberus, and together they had been researching possible explanations. "It's got to be guarding something valuable," Hermione reasoned. "Something small enough to be moved from one secure location to another." "Dad mentioned increased security at Gringotts over the summer," Ron added. "Said there was a break-in, but nothing was taken because the vault had been emptied that same day." Harry connected the dots. So something was moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts. Something worth stealing. But what? Susan wondered. And why bring it to a school? "Because Dumbledore's here," Blaise suggested pragmatically. "Only wizard you know who ever feared, right? Best protection available." The mention of Voldemort sent a chill through the group. Though years had passed since his apparent destruction, the shadow of the Dark Lord still loomed large in wizarding consciousness. "You think this has something to do with you-know-who?" Terry asked skeptically. "He's gone. Dead." Harry exchanged a quick glance with Hermione, who knew more than most about his family's history. He'd never told his friends about Horcruxes or his parents' ongoing hunt for them, but he'd shared enough for Hermione to understand the danger might not be entirely past. Maybe, he said noncommittally. Or his followers. The conversation shifted to safer topics, but Harry's mind remained on the connection between Quirrell, his scar, and whatever lay beneath the trapdoor. If Voldemort was somehow involved, even tangentially, the stakes were much higher than a simple theft. As Christmas approached, bringing with it a thick blanket of snow across the Hogwarts grounds, Harry found himself torn between excitement for the holiday and reluctance to leave the mystery unsolved. His parents had planned a family gathering at their London flat, with Sirius, Remus, and the Longbottoms joining them for Christmas dinner. "You'll write every day?" Hermione asked anxiously on their last evening before departure. She was returning to her Muggle parents, visibly nervous about the extended separation from the magical world. "I'll try," Harry promised. "And I'll look for books on Nicholas Flamel while I'm home." The name had come up in their research, a mysterious alchemist connected to Dumbledore, possibly the creator of whatever was being guarded. So far, they'd found nothing concrete in the Hogwarts library. "Ask your mum," Ron suggested. "She's bound to know, being a professor and all." Harry shook his head. "Too suspicious. She'd want to know why I'm asking." "Fair point," Ron conceded. "Wish I could help more, but we're visiting Charlie in Romania." "Just enjoy your holidays," Harry told them both. "We'll pick up the investigation when we get back." But as Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express the next morning, gazing back at the snow-covered castle, he couldn't shake the feeling that time was running short, that whatever plot was unfolding wouldn't wait conveniently for their return. Chapter 3, The family that fought. The heavy wooden door of the family's London flat slammed open, bouncing against the wall with enough force to rattle the framed photos in the hallway. James Potter didn't bother closing it as he stormed inside, his face a storm cloud of fury. "They're reinstating the Triwizard Tournament," he announced, throwing his cloak onto the nearest chair with unnecessary force. "At Hogwarts. This year." Harry, sprawled across the living room sofa with a Quidditch magazine, lowered it slowly to see his father pacing like a caged animal. "The what?" "A competition between the three major European magical schools," Lily explained, emerging from the kitchen with a concerned expression. "It was discontinued centuries ago because the death toll got too high." "Death toll?" Harry sat up straighter, magazine forgotten. "And they're bringing it back? Why?" "International magical cooperation," James quoted bitterly, making air quotes with his fingers. "Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman have been pushing for it for years. Dumbledore always blocked it, but somehow they've gotten around him this time." Lily wiped her hands on a dish towel, her brow furrowed. "They must have safety measures planned. Albus wouldn't agree otherwise." "Oh, they've got measures," James scoffed. "Age restriction, only students 17 or older can enter." But with Harry's luck. He ran both hands through his already messy hair, making it stand on end. "You know something will go wrong." Harry rolled his eyes. "Thanks for the vote of confidence, Dad." "It's not about confidence, kid. It's about pattern recognition." James finally stopped pacing to drop heavily into an armchair. "Every time something dangerous happens at that school, you end up in the middle of it." Harry couldn't exactly argue with that. His first 3 years at Hogwarts had been eventful. The Philosopher's Stone incident his first year, when Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort's spirit, had nearly succeeded in stealing the stone before Harry and his friends intervened. Then the Chamber of Secrets in second year, culminating in Harry facing a basilisk and another Horcrux, this time in the form of a memory preserved in an enchanted diary. Third year had brought a brief respite from Voldemort himself, but the escape of Peter Pettigrew from Azkaban had kept everyone on high alert until the traitorous former marauder was recaptured. "I'll be fine," Harry insisted. "I'm not even eligible to enter. I'm only 14. "Like that's ever stopped trouble from finding you," James muttered. Lily crossed the room to lay a calming hand on her husband's shoulder. James. We can't stop the tournament from happening. But we can prepare. Something passed between his parents, a look Harry recognized from years of watching them work as a team. It was the same look they'd shared when planning security measures after the diary incident, or when deciding how to tell him about Horcruxes, or when dealing with Pettigrew's escape last year. Right, James agreed, visibly gathering himself. Preparation. We need to talk to Padfoot and Moony. And probably Alastair, if he's back from that mission in Prague. I still don't see why you're so worried, Harry said, trying to sound casual despite the growing knot in his stomach. His parents' concern was rarely misplaced. I won't be competing. I'll just be watching from the stands like everyone else. James and Lily exchanged another one of those looks. What? Harry demanded. Nothing's ever that simple with our family, Lily said gently. If there's even the slightest possibility of something going wrong, we plan for it, James finished. Starting now. The Quidditch World Cup final should have been the highlight of Harry's summer, Bulgaria versus Ireland in the biggest sporting event of the wizarding world. The ministry had spent years preparing, setting up a massive stadium and camping grounds capable of hosting 100,000 witches and wizards from around the globe. This is bloody brilliant, Ron breathed as they climbed the purple-carpeted stairs to the top box, where they'd be sitting thanks to James's aura connections and Arthur Weasley's ministry position. Harry had to agree. The atmosphere was electric, a sea of green and red, competing team anthems, vendors selling everything from omnioculars to animated figurines of the players. For the first time in weeks, he'd almost forgotten his parents' mysterious concerns about the upcoming school year. Almost. Stay close, James murmured, one hand on Harry's shoulder as they navigated the crowded staircase. His casual tone couldn't quite mask the alertness in his eyes, constantly scanning their surroundings. They reached the top box to find it already half filled with ministry officials and visiting dignitaries. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, was attempting to communicate with the Bulgarian minister through exaggerated gestures and loud, slow English. Nearby, Lucius Malfoy and his family sat with aristocratic poise, pointedly ignoring the excited Weasley clan filing in. Potter, Lucius acknowledged stiffly when James approached. Their relationship had remained complicated since the diary incident years ago, not friendly, but bound by a fragile mutual respect born of shared danger. Malfoy, James nodded equally tersely. Your family well? Quite. Lucius's gaze flickered to Harry, then back to James. I understand congratulations are in order. Head Auror is a prestigious position. It has its moments, James replied, the corner of his mouth twitching with something like grim humor. Harry caught Draco's eye and gave a small nod. Their relationship at school had evolved from initial hostility to a wary sort of truce. They weren't friends, their fundamental worldviews remained too different, but they'd developed a grudging respect for each other's abilities, especially after working together during a particularly challenging potions assignment last year. Imagine seeing you here, Potter, Draco drawled. No, Granger. Arriving with her parents tomorrow, Harry answered easily. They're staying in a Muggle hotel nearby. Draco looked like he might make a derogatory comment, then thought better of it. Well. Should be a decent match, at least. Though Bulgaria's only got one real player. Crumb, Harry agreed. But Ireland's got the better team overall. They'll outscore Bulgaria even if Crumb catches the snitch. Draco raised an eyebrow. Care to wager on that? 5 Galleons says Ireland wins but Crumb gets the snitch, Harry offered, extending his hand. Draco considered this, then shook it firmly. Done. As they took their seats, Lily leaned over to whisper in Harry's ear, making bets with Malfoys now? Just a friendly wager, Harry shrugged. Besides, Dad always says keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I don't recall saying Draco Malfoy was your enemy, James interjected from Harry's other side. He's not, really, Harry admitted. More like, a rival. Much healthier, Lily approved. Your father could have used that perspective at your age. James made an indignant noise. I'll have you know, Lily Potter, that Slytherins and Gryffindors are natural enemies. It's practically a law of magic. And yet you married a Gryffindor who was best friends with a Slytherin, she reminded him with a sweet smile. The exception that proves the rule, James insisted, but his eyes were twinkling. Their banter was interrupted by Ludo Bagman's magically amplified voice announcing the team mascots. First came the Vila, beautiful, ethereal women whose dance sent most of the men in the stadium into a stupor of admiration. Close your eyes, Lily advised Harry sharply. I'm fine, Harry protested, though he did feel an odd compulsion to do something impressive like dive out of the top box. He resisted it easily enough, noting with amusement that Ron wasn't faring as well. The redhead stood poised as if about to leap over the railing. Next came the Irish leprechauns, showering the crowd with gold coins that Harry knew would vanish within hours. Then the teams themselves were zooming onto the field, 14 blurs of red and green. And here comes Crumb. Bagman roared as a particularly stern-looking player with a curved nose and dark expression soared past. He looks really grumpy, Hermione observed, having arrived just in time for the match and squeezed in beside Ron. He's the best seeker in the world, Ron said reverently. He doesn't need to look happy. The match itself exceeded all expectations. Harry watched through his omnioculars, occasionally slowing down the action to analyze the players' techniques. Crumb's Wronski feint, perfectly executed to crash the Irish seeker, was particularly impressive. I'm definitely trying that, Harry murmured, earning a sharp look from his mother. Not if you want to live to see 15, she warned. The Irish chasers were magnificent, working with a synchronicity that reminded Harry of his parents in a duel, each anticipating the other's moves without needing to communicate. By the time Crumb caught the snitch, ending the match on his own terms despite Bulgaria's inevitable loss, Ireland led by 160 points. That'll be 5 galleons, Harry grinned at Draco as they filtered out of the stadium amid the roaring crowd. Draco rolled his eyes but reached into his pocket, counting out the gold coins with exaggerated care. Lucky guess, Potter. No such thing as luck, Harry quoted his father. Just preparation meeting opportunity. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Draco sniffed, but there was something almost like friendliness in his tone. The festive atmosphere continued well into the night at the campsite. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat outside the Weasleys' tent, sipping hot chocolate and dissecting every moment of the match while Mr. Weasley and Sirius, who joined them after the game, argued good-naturedly about Ireland's defensive strategy. It's getting late, Lily noted eventually, emerging from the Potters' neighboring tent. You three should think about turning in. Ah, Mum, it's only... Harry checked his watch and blinked in surprise. Midnight? Already? Time flies when you're analyzing Quidditch formations, Hermione said dryly, though she too looked startled by the hour. They reluctantly said their goodnights, Harry hugging Hermione before she headed to the small tent she was sharing with Ginny. Inside the Potters' magically expanded tent, Harry found his father and Remus hunched over a map spread across the kitchen table, speaking in low, urgent tones. Everything okay? Harry asked, pouring himself a glass of water. The men looked up, a bit too quickly. Fine, James said with forced casualness. Just reviewing security protocols. Professional habit. Harry wasn't convinced. You've been jumpy all day. Both of you, he added, glancing at his mother who'd followed him inside. What's going on? Before any of them could answer, a sudden change in the noise outside caught their attention. The singing and celebrating had shifted to screams and shouts of alarm. James was on his feet instantly, wand drawn. Stay here, he ordered, moving to the tent flap and peering out. His expression hardened. Lily, get Harry to the portkey point. Now. What is it? Lily asked, already grabbing their emergency bag, always packed, always ready. Death Eaters, James spat. Or someone pretending to be. They've got muggles suspended in the air. Harry's blood ran cold. Death Eaters, Voldemort's followers, were supposed to be either imprisoned or reformed. Yet here they were, making a public display at the most high-profile wizarding event in years. "I'm coming with you," Harry insisted, reaching for his wand. "Absolutely not," James and Lily said in unison. "But I can help. I've faced worse." "This isn't about your abilities," James said, his voice softening slightly despite the urgency. "This is about not giving them what they want, which is you, Harry. You're a symbol. The boy who lived. They'd love nothing more than to get their hands on you." "Your father's right," Lily said, gripping Harry's shoulder. "The best thing you can do is stay safe." "I'll check on the Weasleys," Remus offered, already moving toward the tent entrance. Outside, the chaos was escalating. Through the tent flap, Harry glimpsed figures in hooded black cloaks and masks marching through the campsite, wands raised. Above them, the Roberts family, the Muggle campsite managers, hung suspended in the air, twisting grotesquely as their tormentors manipulated them like puppets. "Go," James urged Lily. "The emergency port key. Get to Hogwarts. Dumbledore will." A massive explosion cut him off, the ground shaking beneath their feet. Something had ignited a nearby tent, sending a geyser of sparks into the night sky. Change of plan, James decided instantly. "Forest first, then circle back to the portkey point when it's clear." He turned to Harry, gripping both his shoulders. "Stay with your mother. Do exactly as she says. If you get separated, send red sparks and hide until one of us finds you. Understand?" "Yes," Harry nodded, fear and adrenaline coursing through him in equal measure. James kissed Lily quickly, fiercely, then disappeared into the chaos, Remus at his side. "Come on," Lily said, drawing her wand and taking Harry's free hand. "Stay low, stay fast." They slipped out the back of the tent, immediately crouching to avoid the worst of the smoke now billowing across the campsite. Screaming people ran in all directions, some firing spells blindly in panic. Lily navigated them through the confusion with practiced efficiency, using strategic shield charms when necessary. They'd almost reached the edge of the forest when a jet of red light shot past Harry's ear, so close he felt its heat. "Down!" Lily shouted, pulling him to the ground as more spells followed. Two masked figures had spotted them, breaking away from the main group to give chase. Lily sprang up, pushing Harry behind her as she cast a rapid succession of defensive spells. Protego. Impedimenta. Stupefy. Her wand work was beautiful, fluid and precise, each spell flowing into the next with deadly efficiency. The first attacker went down, stunned. The second proved more skilled, deflecting her attacks while pressing forward. "Well, well," came a woman's voice from behind the mask, high-pitched and breathless with excitement. "If it isn't the mudblood who got away. And little baby Potter too." Harry felt his mother tense beside him. "Bellatrix," she whispered, and the name sent ice through Harry's veins. Bellatrix Lestrange, one of Voldemort's most devoted followers, infamous for her cruelty and skill in dark magic. She'd escaped from Azkaban alongside Pettigrew last year, and despite intensive manhunts, remained at large. "Run, Harry," Lily ordered quietly, never taking her eyes off the masked figure. "Into the forest. Now." "I'm not leaving you," he insisted, raising his own wand. "How touching," Bellatrix mocked. The mudblood and her cub, making their last stand. She attacked without warning, a barrage of curses that lit up the night in sickly colors. Lily countered each one, pushing Harry back step by step until they reached the treeline. "You've improved, Mudblood," Bellatrix noted with something like approval. "Not that it will save you. The Dark Lord has special plans for your family." "Voldemort is gone," Lily shot back, using the name deliberately. "You're following a ghost, Bellatrix." The Death Eater's laugh was chilling. "Is that what you tell yourself to sleep at night? How little you understand." She tilted her head, mask gleaming in the wand light. But you'll see. Soon everyone will see. Harry felt it before he saw it, a shift in the air, a cold dread washing over him. Above them, something vast and glittering erupted into the sky, a colossal skull composed of emerald stars, with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue. The Dark Mark. Screams erupted across the campsite. Bellatrix looked up at the symbol, momentarily distracted, and Lily struck. Confringo. The blasting curse hit the ground at Bellatrix's feet, sending her flying backward with a shriek of rage. In the same motion, Lily grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him into the forest, running deeper into the darkness. The Dark Mark, Harry gasped as they ran. That means, someone's been killed, Lily confirmed grimly. But we can't think about that now. We need to get to the emergency portkey point. They moved through the forest as quickly as possible while staying quiet, Lily navigating with a faint Lumos charm. Other frightened campers crossed their path occasionally, but no more Death Eaters appeared. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, they reached a small clearing where James had hidden an unauthorized portkey, an old sneaker enchanted to transport them directly to the gates of Hogwarts in case of emergency. Your father should be here, Lily murmured, scanning the clearing anxiously. Maybe he got held up helping others, Harry suggested, trying to ignore his own growing worry. Lily checked her watch. We'll give him 5 more minutes, then. A rustling in the bushes had them both spinning, wands raised. Harry's heart pounded in his ears, ready to cast a stunning spell at the first sign of a mask. Instead, a large black dog burst into the clearing, immediately transforming into Sirius Black. Thank Merlin, he panted, disheveled and sporting a nasty cut above his eye. You're both all right. James sent me to find you. He and Remus are helping the Ministry round up stragglers. The Dark Mark, Lily began. False alarm, apparently, Sirius grimaced. Someone's sick idea of a joke. No body found yet, though they're still searching. Relief washed through Harry. So no one's actually dead. Not that we know of, Sirius confirmed. But plenty injured, and the Muggles traumatized. It's a mess, Lils. Who conjured the mark, she asked. Sirius shrugged. Unknown. James thinks it might have been a diversion. The main group of Death Eaters disapparated the moment it appeared. Almost like they weren't expecting it. That's concerning, Lily said slowly. Yeah, well, add it to the list, Sirius agreed darkly. Look, James wants you two to take the portkey now. He'll meet you at Hogwarts once things are secure here. What about Ron and Hermione? Harry asked urgently. And the Weasleys? All accounted for, Sirius assured him. Arthur's got them safely away. Now come on, that portkey's set to activate in, he checked his watch, 2 minutes, with or without us. They gathered around the shabby sneaker, each placing a finger on it. As they waited for the activation, Harry looked at his godfather. This wasn't random, was it? He asked quietly. Dad was expecting something to happen. That's why you were all on edge all day. Sirius and Lily exchanged a look. We had concerns, Lily admitted. Rumors. Nothing concrete. But enough to have an emergency portkey ready, Harry pressed. And it's connected to the Triwizard Tournament somehow, isn't it? To what Dad was worried about. Before either adult could answer, the portkey activated. Harry felt the familiar hook behind his navel as the world dissolved into a whirlwind of color and sound. When his feet slammed into solid ground again, they were standing before the gates of Hogwarts, the castle looming reassuringly in the distance. We'll talk about everything once your father joins us, Lily promised, steadying Harry as he regained his balance. But yes, we think something's brewing. Something big. And it involves me, Harry guessed. Sirius sighed, running a hand through his shaggy hair. Doesn't it always, kiddo? Doesn't it always? The great hall buzzed with excitement on the evening of October 30th. Extra-long tables had been added to accommodate the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, who had arrived earlier that day in spectacular fashion, a massive carriage drawn by flying horses and an underwater ship emerging from the Black Lake, respectively. "The Durmstrang lot don't look very friendly," Ron observed, eyeing the stern-faced students in blood-red robes who had chosen to sit with the Slytherins. "That's Victor Crumb," he added suddenly, recognizing the surly-looking seeker from the World Cup. "I had no idea he was still at school." "He's only 18, Hermione pointed out. "Why wouldn't he be finishing his education?" Ron looked at her as though she'd suggested Quidditch wasn't important. "Because he's Victor Crumb." At the Ravenclaw table, Harry sat with Terry Boot and Padma Patil, watching the Beauxbatons students with equal interest. They shivered in their thin silk robes, examining the Halloween decorations with expressions ranging from curiosity to disdain. "They don't seem impressed with Hogwarts," Padma noted. "Their school is in the south of France," Terry shrugged. "Probably not used to Scottish weather." Harry's attention was divided between the foreign students and the staff table, where his parents sat engaged in intense conversation with Professor Dumbledore. Normally, only Lily would be present as a teacher, but James had taken a sabbatical from his head Auror position to serve as additional security for the tournament, an arrangement that had raised eyebrows at the ministry but been approved with Dumbledore's support. The real reason, as Harry well knew, was to keep a close eye on him during whatever danger his parents anticipated. After the World Cup incident, their concerns had only intensified, though they remained frustratingly vague about specific threats. "The Goblet of Fire," Dumbledore announced once all students were seated, gesturing to an ancient wooden cup now placed on a pedestal before the staff table. Blue-white flames danced above it, casting eerie shadows. Anyone wishing to enter the tournament need only write their name on a piece of parchment and throw it into the flames. "Tomorrow night, Halloween, the Goblet will select one champion from each school." He proceeded to explain the age restriction, an age line drawn around the goblet to prevent underage students from entering, and a binding magical contract that would compel selected champions to compete. "I must emphasize," Dumbledore concluded, his blue eyes unusually serious, "that once chosen, a champion cannot withdraw. Placing your name in the goblet constitutes a binding magical agreement. Therefore, ensure you are wholeheartedly prepared before entering." As the feast appeared on golden plates, conversation exploded across the hall, speculation about potential champions, the tasks they might face, and whether Fred and George Weasley's aging potion would actually work against Dumbledore's age line. "Not a chance," Harry told the twins later when they revealed their plan. "Dumbledore's no slouch with age magic. You'll end up with beards for your trouble." Such lack of faith. George clutched his heart dramatically. "Wounding, truly wounding," Fred agreed. "What say you, Granger? Will our genius prevail?" Hermione looked up from her ancient runes translation. "I think you'll embarrass yourself spectacularly, and I look forward to watching it happen." The Gryffindor common room had become Harry's unofficial second home, despite technically being a Ravenclaw. The fat lady had long since given up questioning his presence, especially since Professor Potter had authorized his access and Professor McGonagall had declined to object. "Anyway," Hermione continued, "I'm more interested in what your parents are doing here, Harry. Both of them, I mean. It seems significant." Harry glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard, then leaned closer to his friends. "They're worried something's going to happen during the tournament. Something involving me." "Like what?" Ron asked through a mouthful of smuggled pastry. "They won't say exactly," Harry admitted. "But after the World Cup, and with Pettigrew and Bellatrix still out there, they think someone might try to use the tournament somehow." "But you can't even enter," Hermione frowned. "The age line, since when has a magical barrier actually kept Harry out of trouble?" Ron interrupted. "Remember the Philosopher's Stone? The chamber? The Shrieking Shack last year?" "Fair point," Harry acknowledged. "So they're taking precautions. Dad's officially here for tournament security, but really he's watching my back." Mum's got some special charms research she's doing with Flitwick. Something about detection wards and magical contracts. Sounds like they're expecting the worst, Hermione said worriedly. Harry nodded. They've been like this all summer. Training me in advanced defensive magic, making sure I can apparate in emergencies. You can apparate? Ron gaped. That's illegal under 17. Technically, I'm not supposed to unless it's life or death, Harry clarified. But Dad says rules are less important than survival. Wow, Ron looked impressed. Wish my parents thought that way about, well, anything. The conversation shifted to speculation about the tournament champions, but Harry remained preoccupied. Tomorrow was Halloween, a date that had brought disaster to his family once before, and seemed determined to maintain the tradition throughout his Hogwarts years. First the troll incident and Quirrell going after the stone, then the Chamber of Secrets opening, last year Pettigrew's attack on the fat lady while trying to break into Gryffindor Tower. What would tomorrow bring? No. Lily Potter's voice cut through the stunned silence of the Great Hall. Absolutely not. Harry sat frozen at the Ravenclaw table, unable to process what had just happened. The goblet of fire had flared red a fourth time, and Dumbledore had read out his name with grave resignation. Harry Potter. The impossible fourth champion in a tournament for 3. He didn't enter. James was on his feet now too, addressing the hall at large. He's underage. The age line would have prevented him from crossing, Igor Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, said silkily. Unless, of course, he had assistance. His cold gaze flicked meaningfully toward Dumbledore. Are you suggesting I help my student cheat, Igor? Dumbledore asked quietly, but with an edge to his voice that made several people shift uncomfortably. I'm merely noting that Potter's selection is remarkably convenient for Hogwarts, Karkaroff replied. 2 champions instead of 1. Rather tilts the scales, does it not? E is too young. Madame Maxime, the enormous Beauxbatons headmistress, protested. It is not fair competition. Harry. Dumbledore's voice cut through the growing argument. Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? No, sir, Harry answered, finding his voice at last. Did you ask an older student to do it for you? No. Harry stood up, facing the staff table directly. I didn't want any part of this. Yet here we are, drawled Severus Snape, who had maintained a complex but generally non-antagonistic relationship with Harry throughout his Hogwarts years, out of respect for Lily if nothing else. Once again, Potter finds himself at the center of extraordinary circumstances. That's hardly fair, Severus, Lily objected. Perhaps not, Snape conceded. But neither is life, as we all know too well. Harry, Dumbledore said firmly, please join the other champions in the chamber behind the staff table. We must sort this out. Harry looked helplessly at his friends. Ron's expression was unreadable, somewhere between shock and suspicion. Hermione gave an encouraging nod, her eyes wide with concern. In the antechamber, the other champions reacted to his arrival with varying degrees of confusion and indignation. Victor Crumb scowled darkly, Fleur Delacour tossed her silvery hair with a dismissive, little boy, comment, and Cedric Diggory, Hogwarts' legitimate champion, looked merely puzzled. Harry? Cedric asked. What's going on? Before Harry could answer, the door burst open again as the headmasters, tournament officials, and Harry's parents all crowded in, arguments already flying. Clearly states that those schools whose champions are selected must compete, a mere boy, he cannot possibly, binding magical contract, I'm afraid there's no choice. Harry caught fragments of heated debate as he stood awkwardly beside the fire. His father's expression was thunderous, his mother's worried but calculating. She'd entered problem-solving mode, he recognized, the same look she wore when working through particularly challenging research. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested when the initial furor had died down somewhat, we should hear from the person most affected. Harry, did you have any knowledge that your name would come out of the goblet tonight? No, Professor, Harry said firmly. I didn't put my name in, I didn't ask anyone else to, and I don't want to compete. Yet compete you must, said Barty Crouch Sr., his voice flat and expressionless. The Goblet of Fire constitutes a binding magical contract. Those selected have no choice but to participate in the tournament. That can't be right, James protested. He's underage. He didn't consent. The age restriction was our addition, Crouch explained dispassionately. The goblet itself recognizes only the willingness of the name written on the parchment. So someone else entered him, Lily concluded. Someone who wanted to force him into competing. The question is who, Moody growled from the doorway, his magical eye swiveling independently of his normal one. The grizzled ex-Auror had come out of retirement at James's request to teach defense against the dark arts this year, another precaution that now seemed prescient. And why, James added grimly. It would take an exceptionally powerful confundus charm to make the goblet forget there are only supposed to be 3 champions, Moody continued. Well beyond the capabilities of your average student. You seem to have given this a great deal of thought, Alastor, Karkaroff said coldly. It's my job to think like dark wizards, Karkaroff, Moody retorted. As you well know. The thinly veiled reference to Karkaroff's Death Eater past raised the tension in the room another notch. Dumbledore intervened smoothly. Regardless of how this occurred, we must address the situation as it stands. Mr. Crouch, Mr. Bagman, what is the procedure when we have 4 champions? As the officials explained that the tournament would continue with 4 competitors, all required to face the same tasks, Harry caught his mother's eye. She gave him a tiny nod that he recognized. They would talk privately, and soon. After what felt like hours of circular arguments, the meeting finally broke up. The foreign delegations departed in obvious displeasure, Karkaroff and Maxime already discussing formal complaints. Cedric gave Harry a confused but not unfriendly glance as he headed back to Hufflepuff. We need to talk, James said quietly, guiding Harry toward the exit with a hand on his shoulder. Our quarters, now. The Potter family's private quarters at Hogwarts, expanded this year to accommodate James as well as Lily, provided a sanctuary away from prying eyes. As soon as the door closed behind them, Harry slumped onto the sofa. This is what you were worried about, he said flatly. All summer. You knew something like this would happen. His parents exchanged a significant look. Not exactly this, Lily clarified, sitting beside him. But yes, we had concerns about the tournament being used to get to you somehow. Why? Harry demanded. What's really going on? James paced before the fireplace, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair, a gesture Harry had inherited and that signaled deep stress. We've been tracking movements, he said carefully. Death Eater activities. Communication between known Voldemort sympathizers. Small things individually, but together they form a pattern. They're organizing, Lily continued. Planning something. And it centers around you, Harry. The World Cup was a demonstration, James added. A show of force. But also a distraction, we think. While everyone focused on the dark mark in the sky, someone was moving pieces on the board. What pieces? Harry asked, a cold dread settling in his stomach. Another exchange of glances between his parents. Then Lily took a deep breath. We think they're trying to bring him back, she said quietly. Voldemort. All the signs point to some ritual or process that requires you specifically. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Harry had grown up knowing more about Voldemort than most adults in the wizarding world. His parents had never sugar-coated the threat, had explained about Horcruxes and the likelihood of Voldemort's eventual return. But the abstract possibility was suddenly, terrifyingly concrete. So someone put my name in the goblet to, what? Kill me during a task. Harry tried to keep his voice steady. Possibly, James acknowledged. Or to capture you. The final task is traditionally a maze or labyrinth of some kind. You'd be isolated, vulnerable. We won't let it come to that, Lily assured him, gripping his hand tightly. Now that we know their first move, we can prepare. You want me to compete? Harry stared at them in surprise. I thought you'd be trying to get me out of it. If we could, we would, James said grimly. But Crouch is right about one thing, the magical contract is binding. Breaking it could cost you your magic, or worse. So we work with what we have, Lily continued. We train you for every possible task. We investigate who put your name in. And we use this as an opportunity to smoke out whoever's behind it. Bait, Harry realized. I'm bait. Protected bait, James corrected fiercely. With your mother, me, Sirius, Remus, Moody, and Dumbledore all watching your back. Whoever's targeting you won't find it easy. Harry absorbed this, the initial shock giving way to a familiar sense of determination. He'd faced Voldemort in some form 3 times already and survived. His parents had been training him in advanced defensive magic for years. He wasn't helpless. So what's the plan? He asked. Relief flashed across both his parents' faces, they'd expected more resistance, perhaps. First, Lily began, we need to understand the tasks. Bagman gave a hint about the first one, something to do with facing your courage. Moody will be keeping an eye on the other judges, James added. Any suspicious behavior, anything that might reveal who's working against us. Meanwhile, we step up your training, Lily continued. Dueling, advanced charms, transfiguration in combat scenarios. Everything we can think of. And Sirius and Remus? Harry asked. External security, James explained. Checking the perimeters, watching for unusual activity around Hogwarts. Sirius has contacts in some, less savory places who might hear things. Harry nodded, mind already racing through the implications. What about Ron and Hermione? They'll want to help. His parents exchanged another of their communicative glances. They can know the basics, Lily decided. That someone entered you to put you in danger, that we're taking precautions. But the Horcruxes, the ritual aspects, that stays between us and the Order. The Order? Harry raised his eyebrows. You're reforming the Order of the Phoenix. Already happening, James confirmed. Quietly, for now. Key members only. The gravity of the situation sank in further. The Order had been their parents' secret resistance group during the First War against Voldemort. Reactivating it meant they truly believed another war was coming. So I compete, Harry summarized. I try to survive the tasks. And meanwhile, we watch for whoever's pulling the strings. Yes, Lily squeezed his hand. And Harry? We'll be with you every step of the way. Whatever happens, we face it together. The family that survived, James added softly, becomes the family that fights. News of Harry's selection as a 4th Triwizard champion rippled through Hogwarts like a shock wave. By breakfast the next morning, the student body had divided into several distinct camps, those who believed Harry had somehow cheated his way in, those who admired his apparent ingenuity, and a smaller group who recognized something more sinister at work. Of course you didn't enter yourself, Hermione said loyally, buttering her toast with unnecessary force. It's obvious someone's trying to hurt you. She and Ron had joined Harry at the Ravenclaw table, a minor breach of tradition that nobody commented on given the circumstances. Ron had been quiet since the previous night, his expression troubled. You believe me too, right? Harry asked him directly. Ron poked at his eggs, not meeting Harry's eyes. Yeah. Course I do. It's just. He trailed off. Just what? Just once, Ron said with a sudden burst of frustration, I'd like to know what it feels like. To be chosen for something. To stand out. Harry stared at him. You think I wanted this? After everything that's happened the last 3 years? No, I didn't mean, Ron backpedaled. Look, forget it, all right? I know you didn't put your name in. And whoever did is probably trying to get you killed. Again. It's just hard sometimes being your friend. Before Harry could respond to this surprising admission, a commotion at the entrance hall caught their attention. James Potter had just escorted Sirius and Remus into the castle, all three men looking serious and travel-worn. "Dad's bringing in reinforcements," Harry murmured. "They must have found something." Across the hall, he caught Draco Malfoy watching the new arrivals with a calculating expression. When their eyes met, Draco gave a small nod that Harry interpreted as grudging support. Their relationship had evolved considerably since first year, not friendship exactly, but a respect born of shared experiences, particularly after Harry had saved Draco from a rogue bludger during a Quidditch match last year. "We should get to class," Hermione urged, checking her watch. "Potions first, and you know how Snape gets when people are late." Potions proved surprisingly tolerable. Professor Snape, while never warm, had maintained a complex relationship with Harry, sometimes almost mentally when discussing advanced brewing techniques that reminded him of Lily's talent, other times coldly distant when Harry's more Potter-like traits emerged. Today, he merely nodded at Harry's workstation and proceeded with the lesson on antidotes without commentary. The rest of the day passed in a blur of whispers and stares. Harry ignored them as best he could, focusing instead on the evening's planned training session with his parents. After dinner, he made his way to the Room of Requirement, a secret space his father had introduced him to in second year, which could transform itself to suit the user's needs. Inside, he found not just his parents but a full contingent of allies, Sirius, Remus, Moody, Professor Flitwick, and to his surprise, Snape. "Quite the welcoming committee," Harry commented, setting down his bag. "War Council," Moody corrected gruffly. "We've got intelligence." "Something's definitely happening at the final task," Sirius explained without preamble. "My sources in Nocturne Alley report increased demand for certain, specialized ingredients. Blood-replenishing potions, unicorn blood, bone fragments. Ritual components," Lily nodded, unsurprised. "Consistent with our theories. More concerning," Remus added, "is that someone's been researching old magic related to the tournament itself. Specifically, the enchantments on the Triwizard Cup." "The cup?" Harry frowned. "What's special about it besides being a trophy?" "Traditionally, it's a portkey," James explained. "Designed to return the winner from the center of the maze to the entrance for the award ceremony. But it can be modified." "Let me guess," Harry said grimly. "Someone could reprogram it to take me somewhere else entirely." "Got it in one," Moody approved, his magical eye spinning to check the room's security. "Perfect kidnapping opportunity." "So we focus on the third task," Harry concluded. "That's months away." "What about the first and second?" "Still dangerous," Flitwick squeaked. "But less likely to be tampered with directly. Too many witnesses, too many variables." "Which doesn't mean you can afford to be unprepared," Snape added silkily. "The first task involves dragons." Harry's head snapped up. "Dragons? Are you sure?" "Quite sure," Snape's lip curled slightly. Hagrid's beside himself with excitement. "Can barely keep the secret, though secret it must remain, officially." "Dragons," Harry repeated weakly. "Brilliant. You'll need specialized training," Lily said briskly, moving into planning mode. "Flame-freezing charms, conjunctivitis curses for the eyes, their weak spot, and agility drills." "Your broom," James suggested. "If you can summon it to the task, James," Lily interrupted, "we don't know if they'll be allowed wands, let alone outside equipment." "Then we prepare for both scenarios," he countered. "Wandless options and wand ones." The meeting continued for hours, breaking down threats, strategies, and training regimes. Harry absorbed it all with growing determination. If someone was targeting him, again, he wouldn't make it easy for them. "One more thing," Moody growled as they finally prepared to disperse. "Constant vigilance applies to everyone in this room, but especially you, Potter. Watch your food and drink. Don't accept anything from anyone you don't absolutely trust. Even teachers. You suspect someone at Hogwarts, Harry realized. We suspect everyone, Sirius corrected grimly. Until proven otherwise. Which reminds me, Lily added, reaching into her robes. We made this for you. A detection amulet, it'll warm up if it senses common poisons or potions in your vicinity. She handed him a simple silver pendant on a leather cord. Harry slipped it over his head, tucking it beneath his robes. Thanks, he said, touched by their thoroughness. For all of this. I know you'd rather pull me out of the tournament altogether. In a heartbeat, James confirmed. But since we can't. His expression softened as he placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. We'll make damn sure you're the best prepared champion in Triwizard history. And we'll be right here with you, Lily added fiercely. Every step of the way. Harry nodded, a lump forming in his throat. The weight of the situation was daunting, but having his family and allies around him made it bearable. Whatever came, he wouldn't face it alone. The morning of November 24th dawned bright and cold, perfect weather for facing dragons, Harry thought wryly as he picked at his breakfast. Across from him, Terry and Padma were discussing last-minute strategy, having fully embraced their role as Harry's Ravenclaw support team. The Hungarian horntail is the worst, Terry was saying, consulting a dragon encyclopedia he'd checked out from the library. Nastier spikes, hotter fire. But the Chinese fireball is quicker, Padma countered. And the Swedish shortsnout has that blue flame that can turn bones to ash in seconds. Not helping, guys, Harry muttered, pushing away his barely touched toast. Sorry, they said in unison. At the staff table, his parents were engaged in quiet conversation with Professor Flitwick. All three glanced at him periodically, their concern barely concealed. They'd spent the past 3 weeks drilling him in specialized magic for this moment, fire protection charms, advanced shield spells, transfiguration tactics, and even a wandless summoning charm as a last resort. You look terrible, came a familiar voice as Hermione slid onto the bench beside him, Ron hovering awkwardly behind her. Thanks, Harry said dryly. Just the confidence boost I needed. You know what I mean, she huffed. Have you slept at all? A bit, Harry shrugged. In truth, he'd spent most of the night reviewing strategies in his head, too wired to sleep properly. Ron cleared his throat. Brought you something, he said, extending a small package wrapped in a Gryffindor scarf. Bit of luck. Harry unwrapped it to find a miniature broomstick charm, clearly handmade, a bit lopsided but recognizably a Nimbus model. Charlie helped me make it, Ron explained, ears reddening. When I wrote to him about the dragons. It's supposed to bring good luck to flyers. The gesture meant more than the gift itself, a peace offering after the tension of recent weeks. Thanks, mate, Harry said sincerely, pocketing the charm. I'll keep it with me. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall's voice interrupted their moment. The champions are gathering now. If you'll come with me. Harry stood, receiving final good luck wishes from his friends. As he followed McGonagall toward the champion's tent, he caught his mother's eye. She mouthed what looked like, remember the sequence, before giving him an encouraging nod. The sequence, their carefully planned series of defensive and offensive spells, practiced until Harry could cast them in his sleep. Fire protection first, then disillusionment, shields if necessary, and the conjunctivitis curse as a last resort. Simple in theory. In practice, against a nesting dragon. The tent was charged with nervous energy. Cedric paced back and forth, Fleur sat rigidly on a stool, and Crumb stood motionless in a corner, looking even more surly than usual. They nodded acknowledgement as Harry entered. Gathered at last. Ludo Bagman exclaimed, bouncing on the balls of his feet with inappropriate enthusiasm. Time to let you in on the first task. He held up a small silk bag. In here are miniature models of what you'll be facing. Your task is simple, retrieve the golden egg. One by one, they reached into the bag. Fleur withdrew a Welsh green with a number 2 around its neck. Crumb got the Chinese fireball, number 3. Cedric grimaced at the Swedish short snout, number 1. Which left? The Hungarian horntail. Harry sighed as he pulled out the miniature dragon with a number 4. Of course. Ooh, the fiercest of the lot. Bagman didn't bother hiding his excitement. Bad luck, my boy. Or deliberate selection, Harry thought darkly, suspecting the draw had been rigged to give him the most dangerous dragon. Every aspect of this tournament felt manipulated. As Bagman explained the task parameters and departed to begin commentary, Harry retreated to a corner of the tent, running through the sequence once more in his mind. Outside, he could hear the crowd gathering in the specially constructed arena, their voices a distant roar like ocean waves. Nervous? Cedric asked, pausing in his pacing to stand beside Harry. Trying not to be, Harry admitted. You. Terrified, Cedric said with refreshing honesty. But also, excited? Is that mad? Harry considered this. Despite everything, the danger, the mystery of his forced entry, the looming threat behind it all, part of him did feel a thrill of anticipation. He'd trained for this. He was ready. Not mad, he decided. Just very Hogwarts of you. Cedric grinned, some tension leaving his shoulders. Good luck, Potter. And thanks for the tip about the dragons. Wouldn't have known otherwise. Harry had ensured all champions knew about the dragons ahead of time, feeling the tournament would be fairer that way. No problem. May the best wizard win. Without dying, preferably, Cedric added with gallows humor. A whistle sounded, signaling Cedric's turn. The Hufflepuff took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and walked out to face his dragon, the crowd's cheers swelling as he emerged. What followed was a tense waiting game, with each champion departing at the whistle while those remaining could only listen to the distant commentary and crowd reactions, trying to piece together what was happening. Oh, excellent strategy. Oh, but that was close. Yes, he's got the egg. Clever transfiguration work from Miss Delacour. Oh, that's unfortunate, her skirts caught fire. But she's done it, she's got the egg. Crumbs going for the eyes, bold move. The dragon's thrashing. He's got the egg, but oh my, some of the real eggs are crushed. Then, finally, it was Harry's turn. The whistle pierced the air, and he stepped out into the arena, momentarily blinded by sunlight and overwhelmed by the wall of sound from the stands. The horntail crouched at the far end, massive and terrifying, its black scales gleaming like armor plates, yellow eyes fixed on him with predatory focus. Between them lay rocky, uneven terrain, and nestled among the real eggs, a gleaming golden one. Harry took a deep breath and raised his wand, beginning the sequence. Ignifor's Protego. The specialized flame protection charm enveloped him in a subtle blue glow, not as complete as a full flame freezing charm but more practical for movement and additional spellcasting. The dragon watched him warily, smoke curling from its nostrils, massive tail tipped with spikes swishing back and forth. Harry began to circle, keeping a safe distance, looking for an opening. There wasn't one. The horntail guarded its eggs with ferocious protectiveness, tracking Harry's every movement. He needed a distraction. Serpensortia multiplicatum. A dozen snakes burst from his wand, slithering across the rocky ground toward the dragon. It was a variation on a spell Snape had taught him, designed to create multiple targets for the dragon's attention. The horntail roared, head swiveling to track the new threats. Harry used the momentary distraction to dash behind a large boulder, heart pounding. From the corner of his eye, he spotted his parents in the stands, faces tense but proud. His next spell needed precision. Diffindo, he cast, aiming not at the dragon but at a massive boulder perched on the arena's edge. The cutting charm sliced through its base, sending it tumbling down with a thunderous crash. The dragon's head whipped around at the noise, and Harry seized his moment, sprinting forward toward the nest. He'd covered half the distance when the Horntail spotted him, unleashing a torrent of flame that he barely dodged, the heat searing despite his protective charm. Obscuro Draconis. The specialized blinding spell, practiced endlessly with his mother, shot toward the dragon's eyes. It struck true, causing the beast to rear back in confused rage, but didn't fully blind it as hoped. The Horntail thrashed wildly, its tail sweeping across the arena. Harry didn't see the spiked tail until too late. It caught him in the side, not with full force but enough to send him sprawling, pain lancing through his ribs. The crowd gasped collectively. No time for pain. The dragon was recovering, preparing another blast of fire. Harry needed a new approach. Flying had always been his greatest strength. If he couldn't reach the egg on foot. Accio Firebolt. He'd planned this contingency with his father, his broomstick hidden just outside the arena, ready to be summoned. Seconds stretched as he waited, dodging another flame burst by diving behind a rock formation. Then he heard it, the distinctive whoosh of his firebolt streaking toward him. The broom shot into the arena, hovering beside him at mounting height. Harry swung himself aboard, ignoring the stabbing pain in his side, and soared upward. The crowd roared its approval as he climbed higher, the dragon tracking his ascent with a frustrated roar. In the air, Harry had the advantage. He dove, feinted, climbed again, maneuvers practiced on the Quidditch pitch now serving a deadlier purpose. The Horntail, tethered to protect its eggs, could only stretch its neck so far. Harry studied its patterns, noting how it always returned to the same protective stance over the nest. There would be a moment, just a moment, when he could dart in from above. He circled once more, then executed a perfect Wronski feint, plummeting toward the ground before pulling up sharply. The dragon lunged, flame erupting from its mouth, but the fire fell short as Harry changed direction midair, looping around to approach the nest from behind. There, the opening he needed. Harry flattened himself against his broom, accelerating to maximum speed. His hand stretched out, fingers grazing the golden egg as he snatched it from the nest, then pulled up in a vertical climb as the dragon's jaws snapped shut inches from his broom tail. The stadium exploded with cheers as Harry circled triumphantly, the golden egg clutched to his chest. From the judge's platform, he saw his mother with hands pressed to her mouth, his father punching the air in celebration, and even Dumbledore applauding with genuine appreciation. He'd done it. First task conquered. As he landed near the medical tent, his parents rushed to meet him, Lily immediately checking his injured side while James kept a protective hand on his shoulder. "Brilliant flying," James said, pride evident in his voice. "Absolutely brilliant." "Those ribs need mending," Lily fretted, her wand already tracing diagnostic patterns. But the flame protection held perfectly. "Well done, sweetheart." Harry grinned through the pain, adrenaline still coursing through him. 1 down, 2 to go. But the victory was tempered by sobering awareness, this had been just the beginning. Whoever had entered him in the tournament was still out there, still waiting. The most dangerous task still lay ahead. December transformed Hogwarts into a winter wonderland, with snow blanketing the grounds and magical icicles adorning the castle battlements. Inside, blazing fires and festive decorations created pockets of warmth and cheer. For Harry, the month brought both respite and new challenges. The golden egg, his clue to the second task, remained stubbornly enigmatic, emitting only ear-splitting shrieks when opened. Meanwhile, an unexpected tournament tradition had been announced, the Ule Ball, a formal dance requiring champions to find partners and open the festivities. "It's just dancing," Sirius said dismissively when Harry expressed his apprehension during one of their regular training sessions. "Nothing compared to facing a dragon." "Easy for you to say," Harry grumbled, picking himself up from the floor of the room of requirement after a particularly vigorous dueling practice. "You probably had girls lining up to go to dances with you." Sirius grinned unrepentantly. "True. But not everyone can be blessed with my natural charm. You'll have to rely on your modest fame, saving the world heroics, and tournament champion status instead." Hilarious, Harry deadpanned, accepting a water bottle from his godfather. Seriously though, who am I supposed to ask? Everyone expects me to go with some perfect choice, and it's just pressure. Ask someone you'd actually enjoy spending the evening with, Lily advised, entering the room with a stack of books. Not someone you think you're supposed to ask. What about Hermione? Sirius suggested. You're already friends, no awkwardness there. Harry shook his head. Ron's planning to ask her. He hasn't worked up the courage yet, but... Ah, Lily smiled knowingly. Finally noticing her, is he? In his own Ron way, Harry confirmed. What about you two? Mom, are you going with Dad? Naturally, James answered for her, appearing in the doorway. Have to show these kids how it's done properly. Merlin help us all, Lily muttered, but she was smiling. The easy family banter was a welcome distraction from the tournament's darker implications. These training sessions, ostensibly preparing Harry for the tasks, but increasingly focused on general defensive combat, had become a cherished routine. Sometimes it was just family, other times Remus, Moody, or other Order members joined them. Cho Chang, Harry said suddenly, the name popping into his head. The pretty Ravenclaw seeker had always been friendly, and they shared a love of Quidditch. I could ask Cho. Solid choice, James approved. Ask her soon, though. Popular girl like that won't stay available long. Harry took his father's advice, approaching Cho the next day after charms. To his relief, she accepted immediately, her smile genuine if slightly surprised. I'd love to, Harry, she said, tucking a strand of shiny black hair behind her ear. Though I should warn you, I'm a better flyer than dancer. That makes two of us, Harry grinned, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. With the partner problem solved, Harry refocused on the golden egg mystery. His breakthrough came, unexpectedly, from Cedric Diggory, who approached him in mid-December with a cryptic suggestion. Take a bath with it, the Hufflepuff said quietly, pulling Harry aside after a herbology lesson. Prefect's bathroom, fourth door left of the statue of Boris the Bewildered. Passwords, Pine Fresh. A bath? Harry repeated skeptically. With the egg? Trust me, Cedric insisted. It's only fair, you told me about the dragons, I'm telling you this. Just, try it. Harry reported this strange advice to his parents that evening in their quarters. Underwater, Lily realized immediately. Of course. Mermish sounds like screeching above water, but beneath. Mermish? Harry frowned. As in, mere people. The Black Lake has a colony, James confirmed. So the second task involves water somehow. Following Cedric's suggestion, Harry visited the prefect's bathroom that night, technically breaking rules, but with his parents' tacit approval for tournament research. Submerging the egg revealed a haunting song, Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss, an hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took, but past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back. They're going to take something important to me, Harry reported back, dripping wet from his investigative bath. And I'll have an hour to search the lake for it. In February, Lily noted with concern. The water will be freezing. And you'll need to breathe underwater for an hour, James added. That's the real challenge. Gillyweed would be simplest, Lily mused. Or perhaps a bubblehead charm, though that's beyond fifth-year level. I can learn it, Harry said confidently. The past months of intensive training had accelerated his magical education far beyond his yearmates. And maybe some warming charms too. For the cold. His parents exchanged one of their communicative glances. We'll prepare both options, James decided. Gillyweed as backup in case the charm fails. Better to be over-prepared. As they discussed strategies for the underwater task, Harry felt a surge of gratitude for his family's support. He couldn't imagine facing these challenges alone, as he might have if that Halloween night had gone differently years ago. The Ule Ball transformed the great hall beyond recognition. Walls sparkled with silver frost, garlands of ivy and mistletoe crisscrossed the starry ceiling, and the usual house tables had been replaced by 100 smaller ones surrounding a central dance floor. "Wow," Harry breathed as he entered with Cho on his arm, both in their formal robes. "It's beautiful," she agreed, looking around with wide eyes. The champions and their partners opened the ball with a traditional waltz. Harry had received crash course dance lessons from his mother in the preceding weeks, and managed to lead Cho around the floor without stepping on her feet or embarrassing either of them. From the corner of his eye, he spotted his parents dancing nearby, Lily elegant in emerald green robes that matched her eyes, James surprisingly graceful despite his usual lanky clumsiness. They moved together with the easy synchronicity of long partnership, occasionally exchanging words or soft laughter. "That's what I want someday," Harry thought suddenly. Not just romance, but that kind of deep connection. The thought surprised him. At 14, long-term relationships hadn't featured much in his thinking. After the opening dance, the formal atmosphere relaxed as the weird sisters took the stage. Harry and Cho joined their friends at a table, where Ron, who had indeed finally asked Hermione, was staring open-mouthed at his date in her periwinkle blue robes and elegantly styled hair. "Close your mouth, Weasley, you're catching flies," Draco Malfoy commented as he passed with Pansy Parkinson. The remark lacked his usual bite, however, and he gave Harry a nod that almost approached friendliness. "Who put Malfoy in a good mood?" Ron muttered once they'd passed. "Christmas spirit," Harry suggested with a shrug. His relationship with Draco had continued its cautious evolution toward mutual respect, especially after Harry's impressive first task performance had convinced many skeptics that he hadn't entered himself. The evening progressed pleasantly. Harry danced with Cho several more times, and once with Hermione while Ron fetched drinks. He even managed a dance with his mother, who used the opportunity to subtly check if his detection amulet had registered anything suspicious. "All clear," he assured her. "Just enjoying a normal school event for once." "Miracle of miracles," she smiled, though her eyes continued scanning the hall with parental vigilance. Near midnight, Harry and Cho took a break from dancing to step out into the rose garden, which had been transformed with fairy lights and winding paths between ornamental bushes. They found a bench beneath a stone reindeer, the cool air refreshing after the heat of the dance floor. "Having fun?" Harry asked, suddenly aware of how close they were sitting. "Wonderful," Cho smiled. "You're a much better dancer than you claimed." "My mum's a good teacher," he admitted. "Very patient." "It must be nice," she said thoughtfully. "Having your parents here at school. Especially with everything that's happening." Harry nodded. "I'm lucky. Not everyone would understand why I need them around." "Anyone with sense would understand," Cho said firmly. "After what happened with the goblet, well, it's obvious someone's trying to hurt you." Her perception surprised and pleased him. Most people just see the excitement of the tournament. They don't think about the danger. "I notice things," she shrugged. "Like how your parents are always watching the crowd during tasks, not just you. Or how Professor Moody keeps that magical eye on certain people more than others." "You'd make a good Auror," Harry observed, impressed. "Maybe," she laughed. "Though I was thinking more about healing. After Quidditch, of course." Their conversation flowed easily, touching on Quidditch strategies, favorite subjects, and plans for the holidays. When a comfortable lull arrived, Cho glanced at him shyly. "Harry? Would it be alright if?" She leaned slightly closer. Harry's heart rate doubled. "If what?" "If I kissed you? Just once, to see." Instead of answering, Harry gathered his Gryffindor-worthy courage and closed the distance between them. The kiss was brief and sweet, a gentle press of lips that sent a pleasant warmth through him despite the December chill. When they pulled apart, Cho was smiling softly. "Nice," she declared. "Definitely nice." "Yeah," Harry agreed, feeling both elated and awkward. Definitely. They returned to the ball holding hands, a new dimension added to their evening. Harry caught his father giving him a subtle thumbs up from across the room, and rolled his eyes in response, though he couldn't suppress a grin. The night wound down around 1 o'clock, with tired but happy students filtering back to their dormitories. Harry walked Cho to Ravenclaw Tower, where they shared another brief kiss before parting. "Good night, Harry," she said softly. "Thank you for asking me." "Good night," he replied. "Thank you for saying yes." As he made his way back toward his parents' quarters, where he'd been staying periodically for security, Harry found himself reflecting on the evening. For one night, he'd been just a normal teenager enjoying a school dance, not the boy who lived or a reluctant tournament champion. The normality was an illusion, of course. Somewhere out there, someone was still plotting. The tournament's deadliest task still awaited. But for tonight, at least, he'd claimed a piece of the ordinary teenage experience that so often eluded him. It was a victory in its own quiet way. February arrived with bitter winds and heavy snow, making the prospect of diving into the Black Lake even less appealing. The morning of the second task dawned gray and frigid, with ice forming around the lake's edges despite warming charms cast by the staff. "Remember the sequence," Lily reminded Harry as they stood at the water's edge, her breath visible in the cold air. "Bubblehead charm first, then the warming charm. If either fails, use the gillyweed immediately." Harry nodded, clutching the slimy plant in one pocket of his swimming shorts while his wand remained secure in a waterproof holster strapped to his forearm, a gift from Sirius for this specific task. "And be careful what they've taken," James added in a lower voice. "It could be anything, or anyone, important to you." That was the true concern. Harry had spent the previous evening with his parents and friends, but this morning, he'd been unable to locate Ron, Hermione, or Cho. The implication was obvious and worrying. "I'll find them," Harry promised. The crowds had gathered on platforms constructed over the water, huddled in heavy cloaks and scarves against the February chill. Bagman's magically amplified voice explained the task: each champion would retrieve a hostage from the merpeople's village within the hour. Standing beside his fellow champions, Harry noted their varying levels of preparation. Fleur looked determined but anxious, Cedric confident with his wand ready, and Crumb stoically resigned to the cold plunge ahead. At the whistle, Harry waded into the shallows, gasping as icy water reached his waist. He cast the bubblehead charm first, an invisible sphere forming around his head to provide breathable air, followed by a warming charm that immediately took the edge off the cold. With both spells functioning correctly, he plunged beneath the surface, kicking strongly toward deeper water. The lake bed fell away beneath him, murky green water extending in every direction. He lit his wand with a silent lumos, creating a sphere of visibility in the gloom. The warming charm made the temperature tolerable, but the vastness of the lake presented its own challenge. Which direction led to the merpeople's village? Harry hesitated, treading water while considering his options. Movement caught his eye, Grindylows lurking among waving strands of weed, their brittle fingers reaching toward him. He remembered Professor Lupin's lessons from last year. Relatio. The spell shot from his wand, driving the water demons back long enough for Harry to swim past their territory. 20 minutes into the task, Harry still hadn't found the village. Frustration mounting, he considered his limited options. Then, faintly, he heard it, singing, similar to the egg's message but distorted by distance and water. He followed the sound, swimming deeper into the lake's cold heart. The visibility worsened, forcing him to rely more on hearing than sight. Small fish darted past occasionally, and once a massive shadow that might have been the giant squid glided in the distance. Finally, structures appeared through the gloom, crude stone dwellings decorated with algae and shells. Merpeople watched his approach with curious yellow eyes, their powerful silver fish tails propelling them effortlessly through the water as they guided him toward the village center. There, tied to a massive statue of a merperson, were 4 figures floating unconsciously in the water: Hermione, a small blonde girl who resembled Fleur, Cho, and Ron. Each was secured by ropes of woven weed, their hair floating eerily around pale faces. Harry's heart clenched at the sight. Logically, he knew Dumbledore wouldn't let them drown, but seeing his friends and girlfriend suspended lifelessly was deeply unsettling. The Merpeople's song clarified the rules: choose your treasure, take but one, leave the rest till task is done. Cho, then. She was his date, so presumably his treasure for this task. He swam toward her, drawing his wand to sever the weeds binding her. But he hesitated, looking at the other hostages. What if the other champions didn't reach their people in time? Cedric would come for Hermione, he guessed, Krum for Ron, and Fleur for the young girl, likely her sister. But what if something had happened to Fleur already? Only one, a merman reminded him, pointed teeth gleaming as he brandished a spear warningly. Harry checked his waterproof watch. 35 minutes had passed. Plenty of time for the others to arrive, but doubt nagged at him. The ethical choice warred with the competitive one. Taking only Cho would be faster, would likely secure him first place. But leaving anyone behind if their champion couldn't reach them. He made his decision. I'll be back for the others if necessary, he told the Merpeople, unsure if they understood human speech underwater. With a precise cutting charm, he severed the weeds holding Cho. Her unconscious form began to drift upward, and he wrapped an arm around her waist to guide their ascent. They had risen perhaps 20 feet when Harry spotted Cedric swimming toward them, his own bubblehead charm in place. The Hufflepuff nodded in greeting, pointing to Hermione before continuing downward. One accounted for. Shortly after, Krum appeared, transfigured with a partial shark's head that looked uncomfortable but effective. He headed straight for Ron. That left only Fleur's sister. Harry hesitated again, torn between continuing upward with Cho and waiting to ensure the young girl was retrieved. Minutes passed with no sign of Fleur. His air supply remained stable thanks to the charm, but the hour mark approached. Had something happened to the Beauxbatons champion? A decision was needed. Harry cast a temporary sticking charm to secure Cho to a large rock outcropping. She would be safe there while still rising slowly, then dove back toward the village. The Merpeople seemed surprised by his return, whispering among themselves in their strange language as he approached the remaining hostage. When he raised his wand toward the little girl's bindings, several trident-wielding guards moved to block him. She's the last one, Harry argued, voice distorted by the water and bubble. Her champion isn't coming. Whether they understood or simply recognized his determination, the Merpeople eventually backed away, allowing him to free Fleur's sister. Grabbing her small form with one arm, he kicked powerfully upward, retrieving Cho on his return journey. Swimming with two unconscious people proved significantly more challenging. His warming charm began to fade, the water's chill seeping into his limbs. Still, he pushed onward and upward, the surface gradually brightening above them. With a final burst of effort, they broke the surface. Immediately, both hostages gasped and awakened, the enchantment lifting as they contacted air. Cho sputtered and blinked in confusion, while the little girl began crying in rapid French. It's okay, Harry assured them, canceling his bubblehead charm. You're safe. We're heading back now. The girl, Gabrielle, as Cho correctly guessed, clung to Harry fearfully while he guided them toward the platforms where the judges and spectators waited. Halfway there, they met Fleur swimming desperately toward them, relief washing over her face at the sight of her sister. Gabrielle. You found her. The French champion's voice broke with emotion. The Grindylows, they attacked, I could not pass, she's fine, Harry assured her. Let's get to shore before we all freeze. They reached the platforms to thunderous applause. Medical staff immediately wrapped them in heated blankets while Madame Pomfrey administered pepper-up potion to combat the cold. Through the steam pouring from his ears, Harry spotted his parents pushing through the crowd toward him, pride and relief evident on their faces. That was either very noble or very foolish, Lily said when she reached him, helping to dry his hair with a warming charm. Taking both hostages. Or very hairy, James added with a knowing smile. Couldn't leave anyone behind, could you, son?" Harry shrugged, embarrassed by their obvious pride. It was the right thing to do. The judges conferred while the champions recovered. Finally, Ludo Bagman announced the scores: Cedric first with full points for retrieving Hermione within the time limit, Krum second despite returning with Ron slightly after the hour mark, Harry third, docked points for exceeding the time limit but awarded extra for moral fiber in rescuing 2 hostages, and Fleur last but with partial points for her effort. Second place overall, Bagman concluded excitedly. Mr. Potter and Mr. Diggory are now tied for the tournament lead going into the final task. The Hogwarts contingent erupted in cheers, temporarily setting aside house rivalries to celebrate their school's strong showing. Harry accepted congratulations from friends and classmates, but his focus remained on the tournament's bigger picture. 2 tasks down, 1 remaining. And if their intelligence was correct, the final task would be when the real danger emerged. Later, dried and warmed in his parents' quarters, Harry discussed the implications with his inner circle: James, Lily, Sirius, Remus, and Moody. "Being tied for first isn't a coincidence," Moody growled, magical eyes spinning suspiciously. "Someone's manipulating the scores. Keeping you in contention without making it too obvious," Sirius agreed. "They want you in that maze with a real shot at reaching the cup first." "So what's our counter-strategy?" Harry asked, sipping hot chocolate laced with strengthening potion. "We prepare for the final task like your life depends on it," James said grimly. "Because it probably does. But we also set our own trap," Lily added, her green eyes flashing with determination. "If they're planning to take you, we'll be ready to follow. The cup will be a portkey," Remus nodded. "Standard for the tournament. But they'll modify its destination. Can we counter that?" Harry frowned. "Not obviously," Moody shook his head. "Any tampering we do might be detected. But we can add a tracker, something subtle that activates when the portkey does." "Blood magic," Lily said quietly. "A mother's connection to her child. Old magic that most wouldn't think to check for." James covered her hand with his. "Are you sure, Lils? That's complex spell work, and not without risk." For Harry, she met his eyes steadily. "I'm sure." The depth of his parents' commitment struck Harry anew. They weren't just supporting him or protecting him, they were putting themselves directly in harm's way, using every resource and skill they possessed to keep him safe. The family that survived had indeed become the family that fought together. The maze loomed dark and forbidding on the Quidditch pitch, 20-foot hedges blocking all view of what lay within. As evening fell on June 24th, the stands filled with spectators eager for the tournament's conclusion, unaware of the tension vibrating through certain members of the crowd. In the champion's tent, Harry made final preparations. His wand was polished and ready, his lightweight dueling robes, a gift from Sirius, allowed maximum mobility, and a collection of defensive items filled his pockets: Dittany for injuries, a miniature sneakoscope, a single dose of Felix Felicis that his mother had spent months brewing in secret. "You don't have to win," James reminded him, adjusting Harry's collar in a gesture more paternal than practical. "Just survive. If anything feels wrong in there, anything at all, send up red sparks immediately." "I know, Dad," Harry nodded, touched by his father's concern but focused on their plan. Lily approached, her professor's robes hiding the wand holster strapped to her forearm and the emergency portkey around her neck. "The tracking charm is ready," she murmured, drawing Harry into a hug that concealed her pressing a small silver disc into his palm. "Keep this with you. It's linked to us through the blood magic." Harry slipped the disc into an inner pocket, directly against his skin as instructed. The magic hummed faintly, recognizing his touch. "Everyone's in position," Sirius reported, ducking into the tent briefly. Remus with the east stands, Moody patrolling the perimeter, order members stationed at all exit points. James nodded grimly. "Then we're as ready as we'll be." For a moment, the 4 of them stood together, a family unit prepared for battle. Harry felt a swell of emotion, pride mingled with determination. Whatever happened tonight, he wasn't facing it alone. Champions. Bagman's voice called from outside. Gather for instructions. With final quick hugs from his parents and godfather, Harry joined the other champions at the maze entrance. Cedric gave him a friendly nod, Fleur a nervous smile, and Krum a stoic acknowledgement. Bagman explained the rules. First to touch the Triwizard Cup hidden in the maze's center would be declared winner. Harry and Cedric, tied for first place, would enter first, followed by Krum and then Fleur at short intervals. On my whistle, Potter, Diggory. Bagman announced cheerfully. The whistle sounded, and Harry stepped into the maze alongside Cedric. The hedges closed behind them immediately, cutting off sight and sound of the crowd. They reached a fork almost immediately. Good luck, Cedric said sincerely. See you at the cup. Be careful in there, Harry warned. If anything seems off. Red sparks, Cedric agreed. You too, Potter. They separated, each taking a different path into the darkening maze. Harry lit his wand with a silent lumos, proceeding cautiously. The hedges rustled occasionally, creating an unsettling backdrop of whispered movement. His first obstacle appeared within minutes, a boggart that took the form of a Dementor, gliding toward him with rattling breath. Harry dispatched it easily with a well-practiced, ridiculous, courtesy of Remus's excellent teaching. The maze grew more challenging as he penetrated deeper. A golden mist that turned the world upside down required careful navigation. A blast-ended Scroot, one of Hagrid's monstrous creations, forced Harry to use a combination of shield charms and stunning spells before he could proceed. After what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, Harry heard the first scream, high-pitched and female. Fleur. He hesitated, torn between continuing toward the cup and investigating. Before he could decide, red sparks shot into the air from that direction. The professors monitoring the task would retrieve her. Pressing forward, Harry encountered a sphinx that offered a riddle in exchange for passage. First think of the person who lives in disguise, who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me what's always the last thing to mend, the middle of middle and end of the end. And finally give me the sound often heard during the search for a hard-to-find word. Now string them together, and answer me this, which creature would you be unwilling to kiss? Harry considered each clue carefully. Spy. D. Air. Spider. The Sphinx smiled and stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Just beyond, Harry heard voices, Krum and someone else, their tones agitated. He approached cautiously, wand ready. What he saw chilled his blood. Krum stood over Cedric, wand pointed at the fallen Hufflepuff who was clearly in pain. Victor. Harry called, stunned. What are you doing? Krum turned, and Harry immediately noticed his eyes, glazed and unfocused. The Imperius Curse. Stupefy. Harry's stunner hit Krum squarely in the chest, dropping him before he could cast another curse. Rushing to Cedric's side, Harry helped him up. You all right? Been better, Cedric grimaced, massaging his leg where Krum's curse had hit. He just attacked out of nowhere. His eyes were strange. Someone's controlling him, Harry explained quickly. The Imperius Curse. Cedric's eyes widened. That's illegal. Who would? The same person who put my name in the goblet, Harry said grimly. We need to be careful. This isn't just a competition anymore. Should we send up sparks for Krum? Cedric asked. Harry hesitated, then nodded. Red sparks for him, but we keep going. Separately. Be on your guard, Cedric. If you reach the cup first, just be careful. They parted once more, each taking different paths after sending red sparks for Krum. Harry moved faster now, anxiety mounting. With Fleur and Krum out, only he and Cedric remained, and someone was clearly interfering, manipulating events from within or without the maze. The path turned and twisted, presenting more obstacles, a wildly enchanted fire that required a complex extinguishing charm, a pit that opened suddenly beneath his feet, avoided only by quick reflexes, and a bizarre mist that temporarily reversed his sense of direction. Finally, Harry glimpsed it, a bluish glow ahead that could only be the Triwizard Cup, standing on a plinth in a clearing. And running toward it from another path was Cedric. Harry sprinted forward, competitive instinct momentarily overriding caution. They reached the clearing simultaneously, both within feet of the cup. "Take it!" Cedric shouted suddenly. "You saved me from Crumb. You deserve it." Harry hesitated. This was the moment their planning had anticipated, the cup almost certainly modified to transport him elsewhere. But refusing might look suspicious to whoever was watching. Together, he decided. A true Hogwarts victory. On 3. Cedric nodded, stepping forward to stand beside him. 1. 2. Harry positioned himself, ready to grab the cup while ensuring the tracking disc was secure against his skin. 3. Their hands closed around the handles simultaneously. Immediately, Harry felt the familiar jerk behind his navel as the portkey activated, but with an unusual twisting sensation that confirmed foreign tampering. The world dissolved into howling wind and color, Cedric's surprised exclamation lost in the roar of magical transportation. When they slammed back to Earth, it wasn't on the Hogwarts grounds but in a dark, overgrown graveyard Harry had never seen before. "Where are we?" Cedric asked, raising his wand defensively as he climbed to his feet. "Is this part of the task?" "No," Harry said grimly, scanning their surroundings. Ancient headstones and statues loomed in the darkness, illuminated only by distant stars. "This isn't Hogwarts. We need to," a high, cold voice interrupted him. "Kill the spare." Before Harry could react, green light flashed toward Cedric. Only the Hufflepuff's seeker reflexes saved him. He dove behind a gravestone, the killing curse missing by inches. "Run!" Harry shouted, firing stunners toward the source of the voice. "Get back to the cup." A figure emerged from the shadows, a small, hunched man carrying what looked like a bundle of robes. Harry recognized him with a jolt of horror. Peter Pettigrew, the traitor who had escaped Azkaban last year. "Wormtail," Harry spat, backing toward where Cedric had taken cover. "Should have known you'd be involved." "The boy recognizes me," Pettigrew simpered to his bundle. "Shall I bind him now, my lord?" The bundle shifted, and Harry's scar exploded with pain so intense he nearly dropped his wand. Through watering eyes, he saw Cedric creeping around the perimeter, trying to reach the portkey cup that had fallen some distance away. "Yes," hissed the high voice from the bundle. "Quickly, before the other escapes. We need only Potter." Pettigrew raised his wand, but Harry was faster. Expelliarmus. The disarming spell caught Pettigrew by surprise, sending his wand flying into the darkness. "Cedric, go. Take the cup." But Cedric had stopped, torn between escape and helping Harry. "I won't leave you." "Accio wand." Pettigrew's voice rang out. He had produced a second wand from his robes. His original wand flew back to his hand. Crucio. The torture curse struck Harry like white-hot knives, driving him to his knees as agony coursed through every nerve. Through the haze of pain, he saw Cedric firing spells at Pettigrew, forcing him to break the curse to defend himself. Harry staggered to his feet, gasping. The tracking disc against his skin had grown warm, the blood magic activating, alerting his parents to his location. Help would come, but they needed to survive until then. "The ritual must proceed," screeched the voice from the bundle. "Bind them both if you must." Pettigrew's next spell sent rope snaking toward both boys. Harry slashed his wand downward with a cutting charm, severing them mid-air, while Cedric transfigured his set into harmless butterflies, a clever bit of spellwork under pressure. Together. Harry called to Cedric, falling into the dueling stance his father had drilled into him. "Shield and attack rotation." Cedric nodded, instantly understanding. They began moving in tandem, one shielding while the other cast offensive spells, then switching. It was a basic Auror tactic James had taught Harry during their practice sessions, designed to maintain constant pressure while protecting both duelists. Pettigrew, never a strong combatant, found himself overwhelmed by their coordinated assault. A stunner from Cedric caught him in the shoulder, spinning him halfway around. Harry's follow-up bodybind curse locked his limbs, sending him crashing to the ground, the bundled robes falling from his arms. The bundle landed with a thud, cloth falling away to reveal something that barely resembled a human child, a hairless, scaly creature with glowing red eyes and slitted nostrils. Voldemort's homunculus form, sustained by dark magic but not yet restored to full power. "What is that thing?" Cedric whispered, horror evident in his voice. "Voldemort," Harry answered grimly. "Or what's left of him." The creature hissed in fury, its skeletal limbs thrashing weakly. "You will pay for this insolence, Potter." My other servant, as if summoned by these words, a jet of purple light shot from behind a nearby mausoleum, striking Cedric in the back. The Hufflepuff crumpled with a cry of pain, blood seeping through his tournament robes. "Cedric." Harry dropped to one knee beside him, maintaining his wand toward the new threat. A tall figure emerged from hiding, a man Harry had never expected to see. Barty Crouch, he frowned in confusion. But something was wrong, the ministry official's face was contorting, features bubbling and shifting like melting wax. "Not quite," said the man as his transformation completed, revealing a younger, wilder-looking wizard with straw-colored hair and a maniacal grin. "Barty Crouch Jr., at your service." "Impossible," Harry breathed. "You're dead." "Reports of my death were exaggerated," Crouch Jr. laughed. "A mother's sacrifice, touching, isn't it? She took my place in Azkaban, using Polyjuice potion. Father kept me imprisoned at home under the Imperius curse for years. Until my master found me." Harry's mind raced. Crouch Jr., a Death Eater long thought dead, had somehow infiltrated Hogwarts. But how? And then it clicked. "Moody," he realized with horror. "You've been impersonating Moody all year." "Full marks, Potter," Crouch smirked. "The real Alastair's locked in his own trunk, providing a steady supply of hairs for my polyjuice. Now, enough chat. My master requires your blood for his rebirth." Harry glanced at Cedric, who was conscious but badly injured, then at the cup lying several yards away. His parents would be tracking him, but he needed to buy time. "Why me specifically?" he asked, slowly shifting his position to place himself between Crouch and both Cedric and the homunculus. "Any wizard's blood would do for most revival rituals." "Not this one," Crouch approached cautiously, wand trained on Harry. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. And who better than the boy who caused his downfall? Your blood will give him protection against the magic that nearly destroyed him, your mother's sacrificial protection." "Except she didn't die," Harry pointed out, continuing to stall. "So that protection doesn't exist as you think it does." Doubt flickered across Crouch's face, but the homunculus hissed impatiently. "It matters not. The connection exists regardless. Take his blood and complete the ritual." Harry felt the tracking disc grow hotter against his skin, the signal strengthening. Help was close. He needed just a little more time. "What happens to Cedric?" he asked, gesturing to the injured Hufflepuff. "He's not part of your plan." "He dies, of course," Crouch said casually. "No witnesses." "I don't think so," Harry replied, and struck. Stupefy. The red jet of light shot toward Crouch, who deflected it with a shield charm. The duel began in earnest, spells flying between them in rapid succession. Harry was good, trained by his parents, serious, and ironically by the very man Crouch was impersonating, but Crouch was a fully qualified wizard with years of experience in dark magic. Slowly, Harry found himself being pushed back, forced into a defensive position. A cutting curse slipped through his guard, opening a gash on his forearm. Another spell hit his leg, numbing it from knee to foot. Harry stumbled, nearly falling. Crucio. Crouch's torture curse struck home, driving Harry to the ground in agony. Through the pain, Harry heard Cedric trying to drag himself toward the cup, and Crouch's footsteps as he approached to collect Harry's blood. The ritual would proceed, Voldemort would return to full power, and they would both die in this forgotten graveyard. Unless... Harry's hand closed around the Felix Felicis vial in his pocket. With tremendous effort, he brought it to his lips, swallowing the golden liquid as Crouch reached down to grab his arm. Immediately, a wonderful sensation of infinite possibility flowed through him. The pain receded, clarity replacing it. He knew exactly what to do. With strength that surprised Crouch, Harry twisted away, simultaneous casting a wandless Accio cup, that sent the Triwizard Trophy flying toward them. In the same fluid motion, he rolled toward Cedric, grabbing both the injured champion and the incoming cup. The portkey activated once more, Crouch's howl of rage cut short as the graveyard dissolved around them. But instead of returning to Hogwarts, they found themselves in a different location entirely, a modest sitting room where 4 people leapt to their feet in surprise. Harry. Lily rushed forward, wand drawn defensively until she confirmed it was truly her son. It worked. The blood magic redirected the portkey. James was already checking Cedric's injuries while Sirius secured the perimeter and Remus contacted Dumbledore through a communication mirror. Little Hangleton Graveyard, Harry gasped, the effects of the Cruciatus still echoing through his body. Crouch Jr., he's been impersonating Moody all year. And Voldemort, he's there, in some kind of temporary body. They were going to use my blood for a ritual to bring him back fully. We need to move quickly, James decided, finishing emergency treatment on Cedric. If we can capture them before they relocate, Dumbledore's mobilizing the order, Remus reported. They'll meet us there. Cedric needs a healer, Lily pointed out. And Harry's injured too. I'm fine, Harry insisted, though the pain in his leg and arm suggested otherwise. I'm coming with you. Absolutely not, all 4 adults said in unison. They'll be gone by the time you get there, Harry argued. But I can lead you to the exact spot. And I've had Felix Felicis, I'll be safer than any of you. A tense moment of parental deliberation passed. Finally, James nodded reluctantly. You stay with your mother at all times. At the first sign of serious danger, you portkey out, no arguments. Deal, Harry agreed, relief washing through him. He couldn't bear the thought of waiting behind while his family faced danger. Lily created an emergency portkey from a teacup, ensuring Cedric would arrive safely at St. Mungo's. Once the injured champion had been transported, the 5 of them prepared to apparate to Little Hangleton. On 3, James instructed. Harry with Lily, visualized the graveyard as clearly as possible. Harry focused on the grim scene they'd left minutes earlier, the weathered gravestones, the distant manor house on the hill, the specific spot where Pettigrew had dropped the homunculus. With synchronized cracks, they disappeared from the safe house and reappeared amid the tombstones. Instantly, they formed a defensive circle, wands out, scanning for threats. The graveyard appeared deserted. Pettigrew's bodybound form was gone, as was the bundle containing Voldemort's temporary form. But signs of the recent confrontation remained, scorch marks from spells, disturbed earth, and most tellingly, a large cauldron still steaming beside a freshly dug grave. They left in a hurry, Sirius noted, examining the abandoned ritual site. Didn't even take their equipment. Can't have gone far, James concluded, signaling for them to spread out in search patterns. Lily, Harry, check the eastern perimeter. Remus, the mausoleum. I'll take the path toward the house. Sirius, a soft pop of apparition interrupted him as Albus Dumbledore materialized beside a marble angel statue, followed seconds later by Minerva McGonagall and the real Alastor Moody, looking haggard but very much alive. The impostor was discovered unconscious in his quarters, Dumbledore explained without preamble. The polyjuice had worn off. Severus is securing him for questioning. Any sign of them here? Moody growled, magical eyes swiveling in all directions. None yet, James reported. But, a high-pitched scream cut through the night, coming from the direction of the manor house on the hill. Without hesitation, the expanded group moved toward it, maintaining defensive formation with Harry protected in the center. The manor was a decaying remnant of former grandeur, windows boarded up and ivy consuming entire walls. The front door hung open, swaying slightly in the breeze. Trap? Sirius suggested in a whisper. Likely, Dumbledore agreed. But also an opportunity. James, Alastair, secure the perimeter. Minerva, Remus, the grounds. Sirius, Lily, Harry, with me. They entered cautiously, wands illuminating a dusty entrance hall thick with cobwebs. Another cry echoed from upstairs, followed by a thud and breaking glass. Someone's fighting, Harry whispered. They ascended the grand staircase, following the sounds to a partially open door at the end of a long corridor. Inside, an astonishing scene greeted them. Barty Crouch Jr. lay dead on a threadbare carpet, eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling. Peter Pettigrew cowered in a corner, bleeding from multiple wounds. And by the fireplace, a tall, aristocratic woman stood with wand trained on the bundle of robes that contained Voldemort's homunculus, which was emitting inhuman screams of rage. Narcissa? Lily gasped in disbelief. Narcissa Malfoy turned slightly, acknowledging their presence without taking her wand off the creature. You're late, she observed coolly. I expected the cavalry sooner. What is the meaning of this? Dumbledore asked, stepping forward with wand ready but not pointed directly at her. Insurance, Narcissa replied simply. The Dark Lord threatened my son. Demanded Lucius present Draco for marking this summer. That was unacceptable. So you tracked Wormtail here and killed Crouch, Sirius surmised, eyeing his cousin with newfound respect. Crouch was careless, she shrugged elegantly. Spoke too freely about the plans at Hogwarts, not realizing my husband's study adjoins the drawing room where he met with his associates. As for finding this place, well, the Malfoy library contains reference to the Riddle family history. It wasn't difficult to connect the dots. And now? Lily asked cautiously. Narcissa's cold gaze fixed on the whimpering homunculus. Now I negotiate. My family's safety in exchange for this. You dare, the high, cold voice hissed from the bundle. You will pay for this treachery with your life, with your son's life. I think not, Narcissa cut him off. You are in no position to threaten anyone, my lord. The title dripped with sarcasm. Not when your return depends on willing servants, of which you appear to be running short. The standoff stretched taut as a bowstring. Harry, still feeling the effects of the Felix Felicis, sensed opportunity in the chaos. Mrs. Malfoy, he spoke up, surprising everyone. Whatever you want in exchange for him, it can be arranged. Harry, Lily cautioned, but he continued. Protection for your family. Immunity for past associations. A fresh start. He stepped forward, ignoring his mother's restraining hand. That's what you really want, isn't it? To keep Draco safe from all of this? Something flickered in Narcissa's ice-blue eyes, vulnerability, quickly masked. You presume to know my motives. I know what a parent would do to protect their child, Harry answered, thinking of his own parents' sacrifices. And I know Voldemort never understood that power. The homunculus shrieked at the casual use of his name, but Narcissa's expression shifted subtly. Full immunity, she stated. For Lucius as well, despite his lapses in judgment. And my son remains unmarked, untouched by either side in whatever conflict is coming. Agreed, Dumbledore said before anyone else could speak. You have my word, for whatever value you place in it. More than his, she inclined her head toward the bundle. With sudden decisive movement, she flicked her wand, immobilizing the homunculus with a complex binding spell. He's yours. I suggest destroying that form quickly, before his remaining servants regroup. With the creature secured, attention turned to Pettigrew, still huddled in the corner. Sirius approached him with grim satisfaction. "Hello, Peter," he said softly. "No escape this time." Mercy," Pettigrew whimpered. "I was forced, controlled, save it for the Dementors." Sirius cut him off, binding him with conjured ropes. They're always interested in excuses. While the adults secured both prisoners, Harry found himself standing beside Narcissa Malfoy, an unlikely ally in the night's events. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For stopping them." She regarded him with cool assessment. "I didn't do it for you, Potter." "I know. For Draco." A hint of surprise crossed her features. "You understand more than most your age." "I understand family," Harry replied simply. "Something worth fighting for, worth protecting." For a moment, Narcissa's composed mask slipped, revealing something almost like respect. "Perhaps there's hope for the next generation after all," she murmured, before turning away to discuss terms with Dumbledore. The next hours passed in a blur of activity. Aurors arrived to secure the scene, led by Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had been part of James's trusted circle for years. Voldemort's homunculus was placed under multiple containment charms, pending transportation to a Department of Mysteries secure facility for study and eventual destruction. Pettigrew was taken directly to a holding cell in the Ministry, with Sirius accompanying to ensure no convenient accidents occurred during transport. By dawn, Harry found himself back at Hogwarts, in the hospital wing where Madame Pomfrey sked over his injuries while his parents spoke quietly with Dumbledore nearby. In the next bed, Cedric slept peacefully, transferred from St. Mungo's once stabilized. The Hufflepuff would recover fully, though his parents had spent the night keeping anxious vigil. "How are you feeling?" Lily asked, returning to Harry's bedside once Dumbledore departed. "Tired. Sore. Relieved." Harry attempted a smile. "Not bad considering the alternative." James squeezed his shoulder. "You were incredible out there. Quick thinking with the Felix Felicis, and that coordinated defense with Diggory. I couldn't have been prouder." "We couldn't," Lily corrected, smoothing Harry's perpetually messy hair. "Though I aged about 10 years when that portkey took you." "The blood magic worked though," Harry reminded her. "Your plan saved us." "Our plan," she emphasized. "This was always a family effort." The hospital wing doors opened to admit Ron and Hermione, who rushed to Harry's bed with expressions of mingled worry and relief. "They're only letting us in for a few minutes," Hermione explained breathlessly. "The whole school's talking about what happened, there are at least 20 different versions circulating." "Mate, they're saying you dueled you-know-who himself," Ron added, eyes wide. "And that Malfoy's mum helped. Is that true?" "More or less," Harry confirmed, too tired for detailed explanations. "The short version is, we stopped him from coming back. At least for now." His friends absorbed this with appropriate gravity. Behind them, the doors opened again to admit an unexpected visitor, Draco Malfoy, looking unusually subdued without his typical entourage. An awkward silence fell as he approached Harry's bed. James straightened, watchful but not overtly hostile, while Lily offered a small encouraging smile. "Potter," Draco acknowledged stiffly. "My mother sent an owl. She said I should thank you." "For what?" Harry asked, genuinely confused. "She's the one who stopped Crouch and captured Voldemort." Draco flinched at the name but pressed on. "For supporting the arrangement. The immunity." He glanced at James, clearly uncomfortable addressing the head Auror who could have easily pushed for his father's arrest. "She said you understood about protecting family, even when they've made mistakes." The admission clearly cost him considerable pride. Harry nodded, recognizing the significance of this moment, not friendship exactly, but a step beyond their cautious truce towards something like mutual respect. "Anyone would do the same for their family," he said simply. Not anyone, Draco contradicted, a lifetime of pure-blood politics behind his words. But, thank you anyway. He turned to leave, then hesitated. For what it's worth, I'm glad you didn't die in that graveyard. High praise from a Malfoy, Ron muttered after Draco departed. It is, actually, Lily commented thoughtfully. Bridges being built that I never thought possible. The day continued with a stream of visitors, members of the DA study group Harry had formed, Ravenclaw housemates, professors offering congratulations and concern in equal measure. By evening, Harry was exhausted but content, surrounded by his closest friends and family as Dumbledore prepared to announce the official tournament results. Despite the interference and irregular conclusion, the headmaster informed the gathered students in the Great Hall, the judges have decided that both Mr. Potter and Mr. Diggory reached the Triwizard Cup simultaneously, and therefore share the victory and the prize. The hall erupted in cheers, particularly from the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. For once, house rivalries were set aside in celebration of Hogwarts' dual triumph. Furthermore, Dumbledore continued once the noise subsided, I must inform you all of certain disturbing events that occurred during the third task, events the Ministry might prefer remained quiet, but which you deserve to know. A hush fell as he explained, in carefully measured terms, the plot to kidnap Harry, the impersonation of Professor Moody, and the attempted resurrection of Lord Voldemort. Thanks to extraordinary courage from both our champions, and unexpected assistance from quarters I shall not name, this plot was thwarted, Dumbledore concluded. However, it serves as a somber reminder that dark forces remain active in our world. Vigilance and unity will be our greatest strengths in the days ahead. The feast that followed was subdued compared to typical end-of-year celebrations, students processing the revelations while stealing glances at Harry and Cedric. But gradually, the atmosphere lightened as the immediate danger receded and the reality of summer holidays approached. Later that night, in his parents' quarters where he'd been staying since the tournament's conclusion, Harry sat before the fireplace with James and Lily, reflecting on the year's events. What happens now? He asked. With Voldemort captured in that form, is it over? James and Lily exchanged one of their communicative glances. Not entirely, James admitted. That homunculus wasn't his only tether to life. There are still Horcruxes out there, we've destroyed 2, but our research suggests he made more. The hunt continues then, Harry surmised. Yes, but with a crucial difference, Lily pointed out. We've disrupted his plans, captured key followers, and most importantly, we know what to look for now. We're no longer reacting, we're taking the initiative. And we'll face it the same way we've faced everything, James added, his arm around Lily's shoulders. Together. As a family. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of what lay ahead but drawing strength from their presence. The boy who lived had become something more, not a solitary figure of prophecy, but part of a united front against the darkness. The family that had survived that fateful Halloween night had become the family that fought, and together, they would face whatever came next. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.